Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump will meet with two wartime leaders today. Talks with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Ukrainian President Zelensky. Separate back-to-back meetings today at the White House. Just as firefighters start to get a handle on massive wildfires near one of France's premier wine regions, another heat wave is on the way, expected to send temperatures well into the 90s. The BBC's Hugh Schofield is in Paris.
Firefighters west of Bordeaux are reporting a relatively good night in which they've been able to put out a number of new outbreaks, but the overall surface of the destruction has not increased. The situation, they say, remains stabilized, but not under control. Today, they will be crucial because temperatures are set to climb steeply into the late 30s Celsius. This return of the heat, combined with a wind from the east, will act on smoldering embers of vegetation and cause them to burst back into flame. Overnight and this morning, the task is to create more fire breaks by clearing brush and to locate and douse as soon as possible any new sign of combustion.
A tsunami advisory after a 7.1 earthquake rattled Japan's southern main island of Kyushu, about 550 miles southwest of Tokyo. Tens of thousands without power in the wake of a tornado caused widespread damage in northeastern Wisconsin yesterday. Other parts of the Midwest also blasted by powerful storms. Seattle police believe at least 3 gunmen were involved in a deadly shooting at a crowded food festival over the weekend. One suspect is dead, another still at large. As for the third,
the Seattle Police Department detained a 15-year-old juvenile in connection with the shooting.
Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson says it may have been gang-related violence. Watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures are mixed. The Dow futures are up 176 points, while the NASDAQ futures are down 220 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
The son of an assistant coach of the Kansas City Chiefs accused of shooting his mother.
Authorities in Loudoun County, Virginia have arrested 27-year-old Elijah Zion Bieniemy, the son of NFL Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, in the alleged shooting of his own mother. Deputies responding in Ashburn late Sunday found 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy alive but with multiple gunshot wounds. She's hospitalized in stable condition. Kansas City coach Andy Reid spoke with reporters.
She's a saint. We all know that, the people that know her. One of God's good blessings right there now. Really special person. So, but things happen. Things happen, and you got to work through it.
Elijah faces charges including malicious wounding and use of a firearm in a felony. I'm Jennifer King.
Early in-person voting beginning in swing state Wisconsin's chaotic Democratic primary for governor, with the Democratic Socialists trying to overcome the incumbent governor's pick. News and analysis at townhall.com. Well, there are some people who just never slow down.
And that would include people like Bob Walls. Now, Bob still plays a pretty mean game of golf, even though he is only 103 years of age. Born in Kansas in 1923, he moved to Omaha in 1947 after serving in the Second World War. He took up golf at 74 and now volunteers at a local course almost every day. And he still manages to play a hole or two or three. Good for him. Jason Walker reporting.
The late Senator Lindsey Graham will be eulogized in Washington later today. His body is scheduled to arrive at the U.S. Capitol. That's where the South Carolina Republican had served for more than 30 years. Later, a funeral service will be held at Washington National Cathedral. More on these stories, townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Luxpeer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Well, happy Tuesday morning, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start as we always do with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 85 degrees with possible afternoon storms, a low tonight of 67, heavy storms predicted. Right now, the temperature in RVA, 71 degrees. The Squirrels at Somerset for the week. First pitch tonight, 6:35. Moving on to the nation's capital. Going to see a high today of 84 in D.C. with possible storms. A low tonight of 70. Also, heavy storms predicted there, just like in Richmond. Right now, the temperature 75 degrees in Washington. The Nats fall to Toronto yesterday, 3-2. First pitch tonight between the two teams, 6:45. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 94. Whew. Chance of storms this afternoon, a low tonight of 75, still with a chance of storms. Right now, the temperature in Georgia already 79 degrees. The Mets pounded the Braves yesterday, 14-3. Braves can get their revenge tonight, beginning at 7:10. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of even hotter, 98. No thanks for me. Keep that in Tennessee, would you? Low tonight of 73 with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature already in the 80s, 81 degrees in Middle Tennessee. In the city of brotherly love, you're looking at a high today of 80. That's a little more like it. Showers and storms possible. A low tonight of 70 with heavy storms also expected there in Philadelphia. Right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania is 72 degrees. The Marlins down the Phils to get off the skids. 8-7 last night. First pitch tonight for the two teams, 6:40. Morgantown, shout out to all yins. A high today of 79 in almost heaven, West Virginia. Showers and storms possible. A low tonight of 64 with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature in that neck of the woods, 72 degrees. And last but certainly not least, my Yinzers in Pittsburgh. The 412 expecting a high today of 81 with possible early PM storms. A low this evening of 64. Right now, the temperature in the Steel City, 72 degrees. A walk-off win for the Buccos over Arizona last night, 3-2. The two teams will square off again tonight, beginning at 6:40. Training camp underway for all NFL teams as of today. Jamal Adams is headed to the Vikings from Vegas. And on a serious note, Kansas City OC Eric Bieniemy's wife in stable condition here in Virginia after being shot Sunday night. The couple's son is in police custody, charged with malicious wounding. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know what to do. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. Well, after yesterday, when I basically asserted that the names for our two major political parties are lousy, I wonder if anybody's saying, next thing you're going to tell us, Dan, is that our ideological monikers aren't any good either. Well, if anybody is saying that, funny that he would be, as that's exactly what I'm going to tell you. Really, the labels liberal and conservative have annoyed me for almost 30 years. Here's why. Let's start with conservative. It's a label that requires another label. Conservative on its face doesn't truly tell you anything. It lacks context and requires elaboration. Conserve what exactly? Without clarification, we find everyone from Rand Paul to Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump to John McCain and Mitt Romney, politicians who are hardly ideological bedfellows, branding themselves as conservative. And who's to say who's not? Seriously, this label can't possibly suffice for a useful one if such disparate individuals all claim thereto. I suppose that one could resolve the issue, as a Mark Levin does, by delineating that he is a constitutional conservative. But even there, that's an awfully big mouthful and can't possibly be the shortest distance straight line between 2 points. Constitutional conservative is, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 syllables? Surely we can name that tune in shorter order. I mean, to paraphrase Jefferson, we should try to avoid using 2 words, sentences, paragraphs, and yes, syllables when one will do. Besides which, constitutional conservative is squarely political bound. An ideological label ought to have some reference to one's ethical ends. Liberal does that. But the problem with liberal is its application. The people who have labeled themselves as liberal, or been labeled that way, are literally just about the last people on earth to whom the label applies. In almost no way is a Hillary Clinton, or a Barack Obama, or a Nancy Pelosi, or a Joe Biden, non-lucid edition or semi-lucid edition, for the liberalization of society, for liberty. Liberal is a fine, benevolent label that we should not surrender to the malevolent. Progressive too, for that matter. As I say all the time, the statist collectivists aren't the liberal progressives. I am, damn it. Pardon my language. Accordingly, the right really ought to seize these terms with pride and condemn the left as horrifyingly illiberal and regressive, which it is. Of course, the term I've often used for myself is individualist, and that too is perfectly adequate. But let me suggest another that's worthy, courtesy of 19th century British thinker Auberon Herbert, who for all intents and purposes was like the philosophical bridge between a John Locke or Thomas Paine and Ayn Rand. Herbert called himself a voluntarist. No, not a volunteerist, a voluntarist, meaning that he believed that people should engage with each other on a strictly voluntary basis. Imagine it, as I've previously alluded to, a world in which people live and let live, where consenting adults do what consenting adults do, where we strive for the preamble's tranquility, whereby nobody prevents anybody else from acting peacefully in favor of his own judgment. To quote Sam Cooke, whether most fittingly or ironically, what a wonderful world this would be. You know the drill. We'll pick up here tomorrow, folks. In the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Axios last week covered how the recent Democrat socialist election victories show young Democrats embrace socialism and how Republicans are, quote, trying to reintroduce a national fear of godless communists ahead of the critical midterms. An unnamed DSA spokesperson told them, quote, any attempt to smear us as extremists falls flat when so many Americans are struggling with the rising costs of housing, homelessness, unaffordable health care, and underfunded schools, close quote. And that we haven't figured out what kids think socialism or communism is exactly, as they don't stigmatize those terms like we elders do. Okay, so they need a tutorial. Well, how's that going to go over these days?
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, anyone?
Reading the issue like an official government proclamation, we can all agree on the whereases. We know our problems. It's the therefore be it resolved part that is the issue. Does the government solve homelessness, unaffordable health care, bad schools, and expensive housing by taking away everyone's earnings and managing everything for everybody except the ruling elite? Or did the government cause homelessness, unaffordable health care, bad schools, and expensive housing by taking away everyone's earnings and managing everything for everybody except the ruling elite? Thinking outside the box? Maybe the simpler lesson instead is to teach that there will always be a ruling elite, and only in America, the way it is now, can you choose to be a part of it if you want. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Code Godzilla at takelean.com.
After reviewing John Thune's x-rays, I can confidently confirm he has absolutely no spine. It's a medical miracle he can stand at all.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom John Stamos once said, now there's a good-looking dude, John Fredericks.
Welcome back. Newly released private diary entries from Dr. Anthony Fauci, yes, he's back, are offering rare looks at what he was thinking and who he was talking to during the height of the pandemic. Mark Meredith has the details. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Brian, good to see you. In 2020, Dr. Anthony Fauci became a hero to some and a villain to others as he pushed the country through the COVID pandemic. This week, as you said, he's back in the spotlight. He'll be before a Senate committee, and Republicans think the doctor's tenure deserves harsh scrutiny. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, he posted a photo of a magazine cover from back in 2020. Fauci posed for In Style. You may remember this one, and it said, "See you in 2 days." Fauci will also testify on Wednesday before the Senate Homeland Security Committee. He'll face questions on how he handled the pandemic. We got his diary entries through the senator, and Fauci says, "I spoke with the mayor of New York and convinced him based on what I was saying publicly. My conversation tonight to close NYC schools. I had a similar call for the chief of staff of the governor of California. She said, based on my TV appearances today and yesterday, the governor will close schools in California." But then Fauci later said he never wanted schools closed.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
Well, again, it's first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Fauci also spends a lot of time in his diary talking about the media spotlight. He spoke with celebrities, journalists, and top health officials worldwide. He wrote, "Big front page article today in the Post, very flattering. The situation with my national and international fame is explosive and really unimaginable. It's not hyperbole to say that today I'm the most famous and talked about person in the country and the most recognizable person in the world." Now, Fauci also mentions that he felt the press tried to create more drama between him and President Trump back in the first term, but he also felt that Trump staffers were unfairly sidelining him when he was giving out bad news at the height of the pandemic. There's a lot in there, Brian.
Yeah, Mark, he really wanted to do all those shows, and he was being stopped. What a shame. Mark, thank you very much. Hey,
let's talk about Fauci, COVID tonight, those diaries and all the entries. Fox News chief political analyst Britt Hume is here. Britt, I'll read this one. May 21st, 2020. The situation, this is Anthony Fauci, with my national and international fame is explosive, really unimaginable. It's not hyperbole to say that today I'm the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable person in the world. POTUS seems to be enamored of me, even though I'm taking the spotlight away from him. We're developing a very unique and interesting relationship. That's obviously not the most forward-leaning of the posts. Maybe Mark Meredith covered it earlier about the lab leak and whether it was real or not. There's a lot in here.
There is, Brett, and it reveals two things, really. One of them is that Fauci didn't really believe the stuff that he was saying in terms of the origin of the disease, and he also didn't. He's also denied repeatedly, and we've seen it in television interviews and so on, that he was urging any shutdowns. These documents prove otherwise. He brags about getting New York City to shut down its schools and so on, about getting California to do the same thing. So he was very much an architect of what you may remember me calling back at the time, Brett. I called it the worst public policy decision of my lifetime, and I think it was. And I think it's made in some ways even worse now, knowing what we know about what Fauci was really thinking and about how much time he spent in his diaries talking about how famous he'd become and all the glorification he was getting in the news media and how palsy a lot of news media people had gotten with him.
Yeah. It's going to be a fiery hearing, obviously, on Wednesday. You mentioned the lab leak theory. I asked a lot during that time.
Because it can't incriminate him if he's pardoned.
Right. And to that point, this whole diary and all of these emails for the coverage, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MS Now have not covered it. And there's a lot of people out there questioning whether this hearing, because he's been pardoned, is going to lead to anything off of it.
Yeah, that's a good question, Brett. It might not. But on the other hand, he can't refuse to answer on self-incrimination grounds, I don't think. I might also add to what you just said, Brett, that I searched carefully the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and the Washington Post today for their, searched them for Fauci to see if a story on these revelations have come out. So far, not a word in any of those papers that I could find.
We'll continue to cover it. Britt, as always, thank you. It's going to be a fiery hearing, obviously, on Wednesday. You mentioned the lab leak theory. I asked a lot during that time. We were one of the first outlets to cover the possibility. Senator Tom Cotton wrote an op-ed based on sourcing. Here's Fauci in the diary excerpt on the lab leak possibility, January 2020. They bring up the possibility that this could have been deliberately inserted or either accidentally released or deliberately released by a crazy person in the lab, the former being the most likely. But at the same time, and post after that, even other posts inside the diary, he was saying this. Here's from Special Report.
Upon re-looking at this carefully now, we think it's more likely that it was a natural evolution.
And you
Could it
still
have
believe
been
that? There are more and more organizations that point to a lab leak.
No, that's not so, Brett.
No, I mean, there are more people saying it.
It's not so at all.
Both here and around the
well,
world.
More, yeah, but Brett, more people saying it doesn't mean there's more evidence of it.
And Britt, we went round and round many times at the Wall Street Journal on February 2023, lab leak, most likely origin of COVID-19 pandemic. Many articles like that in the years since.
Yeah, the FBI at the time had basically concluded that the lab leak was responsible for it. So this stuff that Fauci was saying was flying in the face of what others with some authority on the matter were saying as well. And I think, think of the damage that was done by the shutdowns to the U.S. economy, to kids' education. I mean, I think it's fair to argue that a lot of kids have not recovered and may never from being out of school for the length of time that Fauci wanted them to be because he was urging these shutdowns. So I think, this raises an intriguing question. If we now think, and if the committee concludes that he knew better than some of the stuff he was saying, he probably will be glad that he was given a pardon. But that does mean that he can't take the fifth if criminality is alleged against him, and there are people who think that it should be. The pardon may spare him criminal indictment if it were to come to that, but it won't spare him from having to testify because it can't incriminate him if he's pardoned.
Right. And to that point, this
got to do, and he's ticking. He's got the clock ticking now to get the job done.
Speaking of Capitol Hill, Tom, we've got this big hearing on Wednesday with Anthony Fauci appearing, and Senator Rand Paul, I think, is armed for bear for a lot of questions there. I talked about it with Britt Hume, who's obviously weighed in. This is a soundbite from July of 2022 about locking down Anthony Fauci.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
Well, again, it's first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. You're asking me questions. You're talking about the CDC is the public health agency that uses their epidemiologists and their science-based approach to make recommendations.
His diary did say something different. I spoke to Bill de Blasio, mayor of New York City, convinced him, based on what I was saying publicly in my conversation tonight, to close New York City schools. He had already decided based on what I was saying on TV. A similar call with Ann O'Leary, chief of staff to Governor Gavin Newsom of California. It goes on. The diary and these posts, Tom, what do you make of this?
Well, it confirms what a lot of Fauci critics, myself included, thought all along, which is that he manipulated, he deceived the American public about where this thing came from, how lethal it was, and some of the treatments, the efficacies of things like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And we also saw, you mentioned the coziness that he had with the media, and with the media, he was able to, along with big tech, censor and silence opposing viewpoints. And as Britt pointed out at the beginning of the show, the amount of damage that has been done by Anthony Fauci and his ego to people who lost their businesses, to a generation of kids who have suffered academically and emotionally because of his decisions. And it looks like, he will be held accountable in the court of public opinion. Rand Paul is making sure of that. But beyond that, there's no other accountability. He's actually going to get away with this.
Yeah, Molly, obviously he's been pardoned preemptively by President Biden, but he is going to face
Well, it turns out Fauci may have loved fame more than flattening the curve. Newly released COVID diaries revealing America's doctor was soaking up the media's pandemic spotlight, writing, quote, "It's not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable persons in the world." Jesse, I practically threw up in my mouth reading that. That is just absolutely trepidatious for him to, like, who does that? Who does that?
Fauci. And he's writing about the press like it's a woman that he's sleeping with. Here's some quotes.
Or dreamed of.
Right. The press is still hot and heavy about me. The situation with my national and international fame is explosive and really unimaginable. The press is going wild with me. But he also writes about himself, like it's like self-pleasure. He writes, the donuts are being named after me. T-shirts have my picture on them. And San Francisco radio is dedicating a song to me. It goes on. And what this is really about is he's treating his guilty conscience because he knows he funded gain-of-function that slipped out of that Wuhan lab and infected millions of people. He writes in his diary the COVID fatality rate's like 0.2%. Goes on TV, he says it's like 3%. He's bragging in his little diary that he told de Blasio and Newsom to shut everything down, then goes on TV and says, I never told anybody to shut anything down. And then he tells everybody to go get vaxxed. You couldn't catch it. And then he writes in his diary, oh, yeah, people are catching it. And then he tells people don't have Thanksgiving dinner. Month before, he's having dinner with Jake Tapper.
What do you take away from the Fauci diaries and what do you expect for Wednesday?
You know, one of the biggest items that we found in there was that in January of 2020, he already was acknowledging that the virus didn't originate in the marketplace. For years, he's been telling it. If you interviewed him last week, he's probably still telling you the reason we think it came from nature is because they had these exotic animals, and that's where SARS came from previously. But he knew. He already knew. And we've known this for a while that other people knew, but we didn't know he actually knew and was acknowledging that it didn't. The earliest people who got COVID were not associated with the marketplace. The Chinese CDC was saying this in January of 2020. He knew it. He told Dear Diary, but to the public, he commissioned this paper called Proximal Origins, and in it, they go on saying it's implausible that it came from the lab, and we're really convinced it came from these wild animals in the marketplace. But that level of dishonesty is really astounding.
Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to TakeLean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him. Great to have you. I'm your Godzilla of the truth in America. Got a little frog in my throat here this morning. Good to have you with us today. I was out of pocket yesterday, as Dan knows, and a little late today as I had some things I had to take care of, but it's all good. And so, Dan, this Fauci thing, I wanted you to run these clips. I can't get enough of this. I mean, finally, this stuff came out. We knew this guy was a fraud from day one. We knew he was a total fraud. We knew he was a liar. We knew where this Wuhan virus came from. We knew that the pandemic was gain of function. We knew it came from China. And yet this guy lied to us. He made up the 6 feet distancing. He virtually shut down New York City. He destroyed the economy. He destroyed kids' lives and education for years. They've never recovered. He destroyed athletics. So many things this fraud destroyed. Why this guy is not hung up behind bars somewhere is beyond me. And you look back at how gullible we were. You know, Dan, I think, and for our callers and listeners and viewers, I think the main thing here that has bothered me about the pandemic, more than Fauci, more than the lies, more than the gain of function, more than the Chinese launching it, and even more than the Democrats being so smart to take advantage of this and to steal an election as a result of it. Now, whether this all was all planned together, I don't know. I kind of think it was. But the thing that really bothers me the most about this, and I'll circle this in a minute. I mean, I'll spin the web here. What makes me most upset about this is how a nation of 300 million people built on rugged individualism, cowered in their homes and their bedrooms, shut the blinds and shut the doors, listened to the government and was so afraid of getting a virus, of getting sick, of getting basically a bad flu. There's actually 60,000 deaths attributed to COVID, which is real deaths. Not like I got killed in a motorcycle accident and had COVID and the hospital designated that way so they got the money. That's about what dies a year with the flu. So you look back, and what really disturbed me was how gullible and afraid we were and just willing to give up our freedom so quickly to some half-baked government bureaucrat. Just give it up, except for a couple governors, Kemp and DeSantis. They all gave it up. The entire country cowering in fear, not having relatives over for Thanksgiving, can't have a cookout, can't go to church, can't go to school. I mean, you think about this. An entire nation, and I guess, was it the Swedes? I think it was the Swedes who laughed at us. You know, the Swedes never did anything except protect the elderly because they knew they were most vulnerable to a bad virus. And so they ringed off the aged homes. And that was it. Soccer went on, school went on, jobs went on, parks went on, rugby went on, whatever they do in Sweden, the Swedes, it all went on. And you know where they were as far as ratings of deaths and getting sick? Right in the middle of the pack. And had less deaths than the majority of Europe. And they did nothing. No vaccine, no masks, no distancing. They just did what we should have done, which was immunity, natural immunity. And some people would have gotten really sick and gotten in the hospital and then been fine. And like the flu, 60,000 people a year die with a bad flu and pneumonia. It happens. Death happens. But the fact that we cowered in the corner, I mean, 250 years of this country built on rugged individualism and one virus, and we caved, all of us, like a cheap suit in the rain and allowed the government to do this. Now, my fear is, can they do it again, and will we do it again? And then when you look at the rise of communism and socialism, it has been my contention from the beginning that the genesis of this was COVID. Not only the fact that we let the government tell us exactly what to do and trusted them out of fear, but the fact that so many people got checks and did nothing. Stay home, get checks, live in mom's basement, do nothing, play games, play video games, get DoorDash. Who was doing the DoorDash? It certainly wasn't the people ordering it. Order out, get food brought in a carton. I mean, this went on for 2 years. I mean, I remember a friend, Den Black, we were going somewhere. We stopped in North Carolina for gas, and somebody was buying lottery tickets, and we were just standing there waiting on him. He was talking to us. He said, I'm 50 something. I'm making more money now on COVID just getting checks than I've ever made in my life. He said, I got so much money in my pocket, I don't know what to do with it. I'm here buying lottery tickets. I don't work. I made less money when I worked. So I love COVID. I hope it goes on forever. I mean, and so many young people, this was really the bottom line here, what happened. This was the bottom line. And so we were afraid and we caved. We just caved. It's kind of unbelievable, isn't it? That you would cave to that extent. A country as strong as we are, been through it, we've been through, just fold your tent over a virus and let, government officials tell us what to do. My question to you, my callers, is will you ever let this happen again? I mean, imagine there was another pandemic. Maybe it was over this thing with the lettuce and there was another pandemic. Would we allow the government to do the same thing, shut us down, steal an election, mail out ballots to everybody, drop boxes all over the place, no chain of custody, nothing, steal an election, early voting for 2 months, Would we allow this to happen to us again? No school, no church, no stores, masks everywhere. Only the big boxes were open. Little guys all shut down. Democrats put them all out of business. Would we allow this to happen again is my question. And remember, if you walked outside and didn't have a mask on, which of course now we find out the mask did nothing. I mean, the masks were worthless. It was all virtue signaling. And if you didn't have a mask on, remember going on a plane? I mean, I remember one time my son was going somewhere to a baseball tournament with me on Delta. And, he took his mask off to eat his peanuts and drink his Sprite. And he fell asleep and his mask was down. And they came over and woke him up and threatened the air marshal to escort him off the plane when we landed. The kid fell asleep with his mask down. I mean, they were crazy. This was Delta. I mean, they were nuts over this thing. And it did nothing. The whole thing was a scam. And it was all about how far can we go to control an entire country? How far can we go? Let's push this to the limits and see for the future how weak America is, how really weak we are. And that's what they did. They pushed it to the limit and found out that we were a paper tiger, that we had no balls, we had no backbone, we had no moxie, and we just caved. And everybody was afraid. And they did this with a virus, and then they said it came from a spat soup. The whole thing was ridiculous. I mean, think about those masks. I mean, they did nothing. The social distances they made up. I remember sitting in there with those meetings with Dr. Birx. I would ask the same question. And she said, well, John, we're following the science. And I'm like, what science? Well, she'd open up her book. So we're just going to follow the science. Well, what science do you have? They were never forthcoming. Then she admitted that she lied. The whole thing was a lie. And they were in the Trump administration. I remember Fauci coming to those press briefings with Pence. He put Pence in charge of it. Social distancing in the hotels. I remember that. Oh, and then, of course, everybody took advantage of it. Like, now you can't get your hotel room cleaned every day. They simply stopped cleaning them every day and then said, well, it's because of COVID. And then they just continue it on. So you paid the same rate. And now you got to beg to get your hotel room cleaned if you stay 2 days or 3 days. They won't clean it. You can go down and get towels. They won't clean it. Except you're like me and demand it. Bars were closed. The whole remember you couldn't go to a bar? The whole thing was asinine. And we fell for it. And now the question is, are we going to fall for it again? And I remember back in that time, there was fear. And if you even, like, I got banned from X, Twitter at the time. I got banned from Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. You couldn't even talk about the pandemic, that it was a hoax or that the masks didn't do anything. You were banned. Wendy Bell, who's starting with us live August 17th, got fired over saying the whole thing was a joke. That KDKA, that big station in Pittsburgh, fired her over that. People get fired right and left. I mean, the censorship, the clampdown, and then the vaccines, and you had to get it or you couldn't work, you couldn't serve in the military, you couldn't keep your job, you couldn't see your son play basketball. I mean, you couldn't do anything. You couldn't travel. And we just fell for it. And then we started taking those shots. And, the people that text me and said, I didn't take the shot. I didn't take the shot. I didn't take the clot shot. I didn't take the poison. You know that you represent 15% of America, right? I mean, you were right in that doing it. But for those that did, I think it was 85% of Americans took one shot. 85%, including me and Ann. 85%. So don't be sitting there high and mighty telling me about, you didn't take it. That was smart. But 85% of Americans did because we were told to take it and you couldn't do anything without it. Couldn't keep a job without it. So anyway, yeah, I mean, Dan says taking the shot was the worst decision of his life, impaired his health ever since. I mean, the injuries from these shots go on. That's why I tell you what, if you took the shot and you're 85% that did, you really need to go to the wellness company, Dan, twc.health, twc.health/Godzilla, and get the detox. Now, Ann and I took that because Peter told us to take that for 18 months. Ann and I took those for 18 months. After 18 months, you're clear, but that detox gets it out of your system. And he said, take it for a year and a half. And we did. Ann and I took it religiously. We never missed a day. And then 18 months, and then, you get a test and everything is fine. It got it out of there. So, Dan, you definitely need to try that. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off, and put this up. Give this to Tina as well, because this is really critical. That detox was invented by TWC as the antidote. If you took a bunch of these shots, good luck. But if you took one, I think I took Moderna and Ann took Pfizer, or vice versa. I don't remember. But 85% of Americans took one of these shots. And so the injuries go on. Stuff is bad news, man. Go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, get 10% off. Get your detox. Get it today. If you took that shot and you haven't detoxed it, and you got to take this for a year and a half, this is not like 2 days. This is not like a shot for a shot. I mean, you take this for, that's what he told us, 18 months, and then we were clean. It has no impact on us, Dan. But best thing that you can possibly do. Let's get to the phone lines. Cindy in Washington, D.C. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, good morning, John.
Good morning, Cindy.
Good talking to you. Yes, people will do it again. They are. They're weak. They're afraid. They'll do it again. Absolutely. Because now they have even more ways to cut us off, to debank us, deplatform. They're just going to continue to do it, John. So you just have to fight back. If you have the will to fight, you will. And if not, you'll go along with all the nonsense that happened for 2 years. And people were afraid. They saw what was happening in the hospitals, people that were being forced onto ventilators, people that died that shouldn't have died. The whole thing was catastrophic, and it should have never happened. And yeah, Fauci should be prosecuted, but most likely not. Most likely not. He'll just be shunned from society, except for the people that love him and think, he invented it all, the sun, moon, and stars. So, yeah, people are still wearing masks out here. I see it every day. That's the way they roll. It's locked into their minds, John, unfortunately, and that will never change.
It's virtue signaling. You know that they're libtards. That's number one. So it's just virtue signaling. I mean, they might as well wear, some kind of a thing on their neck, say I'm a communist or something. I mean, I now see them with a mask, the paper mask on. I laugh. I actually laugh at them because they're like a clown. Like, the purpose of a clown in the circus is to laugh. So if you go out with a mask on, which you know does nothing, and you want to act like a clown, then I look at them, I laugh. I break out laughing hysterically. That's funny, because it is. It's like, it's like Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey. The clown comes out in a one-wheel cycle or something, and you laugh at them. They're clowns. Obviously, they want to be laughed at, or they wouldn't have it on, because anybody with half a brain in their head knows they do nothing. In fact, they're harmful because you're breathing in your own carbon dioxide. It's actually harmful to you. I think it's moronic. So I just laugh, idiots. So, but yeah, to think of what we went through, it was unbelievable. Now, other than us getting banned from everything, it just had no impact. I mean, I took the shot. Ann did. Ann took it because her niece had a baby, and she had a baby shower, and she wouldn't let her in without couldn't go without showing the card. I mean, this is how crazy it was. You're within your own family, right? I got one because my son was coaching in a basketball tournament in high school, and it was, his first tournament as a head coach, and I wanted to go. Mississippi. Couldn't get in the gym. He said, Dad, you're not going to be able to get in the gym without the card. So I had to go get one. Go and see my son coach a basketball tournament game in the playoffs. I mean, it's in rural Mississippi. It's crazy. Cindy, thank you. Always good to hear from you. Stay in touch more, Cindy. Greg in Georgia. What's up, Greg?
Hey, John. Hey, I am going to act all high and mighty and arrogant about not failing the IQ test of the pandemic and not getting injected with modified mRNA polyethylene glycol-coated lipid nanoparticles that had never been injected into humans before. But I did my research, and I listened to Dr. Michael Yeadon, who used to work for Pfizer, brilliant doctor, Dr. Sukarat Bhakti, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, Robert Malone, and many other of these doctors that were on InfoWars. And you're always talking down about InfoWars, but if you had even listened to it for an hour a day during the pandemic, you and your wife would not have taken those shots.
Well, you were smart in not taking them. I'm not an Alex Jones fan, dude. If he did one thing right, he did nine things, out of the 10 were just misinformation and lies to make money and do clickbait. So I'm not a fan. I think he's an asshole. Anybody that is telling parents who are burying their children that it was a hoax and making $80,000 a day can rot in hell. So that's what I think of that gentleman, and that's about it. But look, congratulations, Greg, in being smart and doing your research and not getting hoodwinked into taking this vaccine. As we look back on it, Ann shouldn't have gone to the wake. I shouldn't have gone to the basketball game. So, but again, 85% of Americans took it. And again, it shows, and remember, they did all the ads on TV, and it was safe, and it was harmless, and it was safe and secure, and all whatever else, kind of like our elections, right? They were going on TVs, they were offering free French fries, all that stuff, right? And President Trump took it, Ivanka took it, Ivanka's family took it, Jared took it, everybody in the White House took it, Pence took it, right? We all saw them getting the shots. So, everybody that we respected took it. But you were smart in doing your research, and I commend you for that. Smart, Greg. What else? I'll give you the final word.
Greg left us.
Greg was smart. He did the research. But, don't be telling me about Alex Jones, okay? You're burying your child, and he's saying that it was a hoax. Guy's going to rot in hell. And he was making $80,000 a day. Look, his business, not mine. I don't care. But I'm not interested. And guess what, Dan?
Tell me.
We're an independent network, and so I don't have to.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me tell you the beauty of this whole thing. I don't have to. I don't have to do anything. That's the beauty.
Nice. It's nice.
That's
the
beauty of building the largest independently owned and operated news talk network in America with no suits, no boardrooms, no corporate news hierarchy, none of that. I don't have to do any of that. So, and I don't need to do clickbait. And so we're free. Now, should I have taken the shot? No, of course not. I tell you who wouldn't take it.
Who was that?
Was one person in my family would not take it.
I think I know who.
Name him.
Joe?
Bingo.
Yeah. Athlete. Yep.
Joe wouldn't take it. Joe's like, you know what? I ain't taking it. It's poison. I'm an athlete. I don't give a shit if I play or not. I'm not taking it. And he did. Healthy now.
Yeah, I know that if not for receiving advice from the best doctor I know, I wouldn't have taken it either, which just tells me that I don't think that
everybody was in the same boat, dude.
Yeah.
So, and again, 85% of Americans took it. and that's why detox is so critical.
Yep.
Stephanie Buhaya in the house. You got to get her in, Danny boy. Look who it is.
This is WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Noisy demonstrations in D.C. ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit to the White House today. He and President Trump will talk about where things stand with Iran. The president insisting that Tehran is anxious to cut a deal.
The people said, please don't shoot last night, the night before, 2 nights. Don't do it. We're having good talks. So we'll see what happens. I think there's a good chance that something could happen. And if it does, good. If it doesn't, we go back to doing what we were doing 2 days ago.
The president also meets today with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Then Mr. Trump will attend the late Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral at Washington National Cathedral. The issue of food insecurity continues making headlines throughout Central America. Guatemala has one of the world's highest rates of child malnutrition, with nearly half of children under 5 suffering from chronic hunger. That leaves mothers like Yolanda speaking to us through an interpreter with very few options to feed her kids.
Right now, they are hungry. They want food, and we don't have enough to get to the whole week. It made me feel sad. Sometimes I get in my room by myself and I cry. I wonder how can I make their life better in order to give them food. I don't want my sons and my daughters to suffer.
Town Hall News is partnering with Christian nonprofit relief organization Food for the Poor to help tackle this crisis. Anyone wishing to help can find a Give Food banner on our website, srnnews.com. Damage assessment after a 7.1 earthquake rocked Japan's main island of Kyushu. An earlier tsunami advisory has now been lifted. Firefighters kept a vast wildfire in southwest France from advancing overnight. However, another dry heat wave is on the way. On Wall Street, the Dow futures up 140 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Is the bloom off the rose for artificial intelligence? Been a big sell-off of AI-related stocks in South Korea.
Today's sell-off in Asia's chip stocks comes as investors begin to question how much is being spent on the AI boom, as well as worries over rising competition from China's chip industry. Shares in NVIDIA sank 5% on Wall Street on Monday on reports that the chip maker could provide a financial backstop worth $250 billion to help build open AI data centers. That's raising concerns about the extent to which the American chip maker may be financing its own customers.
The BBC's Maura Fogarty. Meeting at a British naval base, Ukrainian President Zelensky and new UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham discussed joint drone projects, along with Ukraine's desperate need for ballistic missile interceptors as the war with Russia grinds on. News and analysis, townhall.com. A judicial victory for the Trump administration.
A federal judge has dismissed a lawsuit challenging the legitimacy of President Trump's Religious Liberty Commission. The lawsuit filed by an interfaith group argued that the commission's overwhelmingly conservative Christian makeup lacked a legally required balance of viewpoints. On Monday, U.S. District Judge John P. Cronin ruled that while federal law requires advisory commissions to have a balance of viewpoints, it doesn't specify how this should be done. The lawsuit sought a more ideologically and religiously diverse commission. However, Cronin said the commission is diverse in other ways. Keith Peters, Washington.
The Trump administration is preparing to supercharge programs designed to counter China's growing influence worldwide, bolstering the budgets of those initiatives by hundreds of millions of dollars. NASDAQ futures down 217 points. The S&P futures off 5.5. More on these stories, townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Hey, thanks for being with us. Guest hosting, co-hosting, I should say, with me live right through 10 a.m. today is our good friend from the Heritage Foundation, their chief pollster, and also senior executive of communications, Stephanie Bohaya from Heritage Action. Stephanie, good to have you with us.
Good morning, John.
I love when you're here.
To be here.
I love when you're here and you're co-hosting with me. And Dan, what do you think of the curtains you got, the backdrop? Stephanie says we need some kind of a logo behind that, Dan. So I guess that's the next thing you got to figure out.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
it
looks nice.
Everything evolves, but it's better than the backdrop with all the bookshelves and garbage in the back. Whatever's back there, we got to cover it up. And good stuff. And anyway, look, it's good to have Stephanie here with us. Stephanie, always a pleasure to have you. And I know that Heritage Foundation, you guys are working hard. Dan, how's our lighting here? Is that all right? I guess you guys, Papish was complaining about it on the conference call. Is it too bright, too light? What do you think, Dan?
Am I washed out?
Maybe a little on the bright side, but no orange man issues. If that was what he was worried about yesterday.
Yeah, we have orange man. I will.
Yeah, no orangish.
When we get to the break, I'll turn. I'll turn some of the lights on. I turned them up because somebody said I was too dark, but I turned them up way too much. So I'll take care of that.
Well, Stephanie just looks like the angel that she is. She has that angelic glow about her now. So there we go.
That's so nice.
That is so nice.
Angelic. Yes, you are kind of angelic.
I do know.
Yellow
Definitely.
and white. Yeah, the angelic one. That should be your nickname. Stephanie, the angelic one. Right? I like that.
Okay, I'll go with it. I'll take it.
So we've been talking about Fauci here all day, but kind of unbelievable how this thing evolved. But I want to talk a little, now that we've talked about that, I want to talk a little bit about the SAVE Act and the fact that, President Trump calling out John Thune. President Trump calling out John Thune yesterday, now getting a little more aggressive, and just the president beside himself that the Senate is just going to go home on a recess. They haven't even had a vote on this thing. They won't do anything. He won't do anything. They're not going to fire the parliamentarian. They're not going to override her. They're not going to put it to a vote. They're virtually doing nothing. And he says, then he admonishes the White House and says, well, pick up the phone and do it yourself. Well, he's the leader. I mean, this is what infuriated me. Like, you're the leader. What do you mean get the president to pick up the phone? You pick up the phone. Start telling people you don't vote for this. I'm going to strip you of your committee. You know what they do is they manage the Senate to the least common denominator, right?
It's kind of like public school, isn't it?
Yes, it's the least common denominator. It's like whatever, like they're managing the Senate based on Murkowski and Collins and Tillis and Cassidy. It's unbelievable. I don't know. How do you get up every day and watch this guy do nothing? And if he continues to do nothing, we don't pass the SAVE Act. I mean, you already saw 75,000 illegal jurors in New Jersey. They're not citizens. They're on a jury pool. Well, to get on a jury pool, you got to be a registered voter.
That's right. That's right. And so it is maddening. And I would encourage Leader Thune that, if you're listening, if you're out there and you are doing something, tell us about it. Tell us what's going on in those conversations. Tell us what's going on in those back rooms, because the public perception is that nothing is being done. It's like we keep saying, it's an 80-20 issue. Everybody wants voter ID. Nobody thinks that people who are not citizens of this country should be voting. It's very basic stuff to secure our elections. And it goes beyond just, disenfranchising. If I'm in a district and I vote and somebody is in that district and they should not be voting and it cancels it out, it goes far deeper than that. If we're not securing our elections, it opens it up to real foreign influence. And with the the rise of AI and access to our voting machines and our election systems, I mean, foreign interests have already gotten their hands into election offices in different states, which is why Heritage Action has been working so diligently on laws to keep foreign influence out of election offices, out of elections, out of ballot initiatives. But the federal government needs to step in and make sure that that's not happening at a broad scale. We can debate all day long about whether it has or hasn't happened, but why should we wait around until something catastrophic happens? Why should we wait around until, China or one of our other adversaries comes in and essentially buys the White House? It's going to be terrible. It's going to be absolutely awful.
And we do nothing about it. And we got all these illegals voting, and we know there's fraud. And now what I fear is they went to SCOTUS for these mail-in ballots and said that the post office can't deliver a ballot unless they can verify that it is not a fake ballot, right? And it's going to go down 5-4. That Roberts and that loser Coney Barrett, who's a disaster, they're going to vote with the Democrats on this, and they're going to defeat that. It's going to go down 5-4. This is the biggest no-brainer in history. All the administration has said is we don't want a government entity involved in delivering ballots that are fake. And we're going to lose 5-4 before you even got the first hearing.
And the interesting thing is we already have laws that govern government mail, right? So if you're a member of Congress and you want to send out mail and you want to use the franking system, so they essentially get free postage, right? But they have to follow these certain laws. They can't be campaigning with it. But that it's a benefit of being in government that you can do this. And so there's already precedent for how we handle federal mail. There's no reason that should not carry through to elections and to federal ballots. Of course, this only applies to federal ballots because states retain the ability to manage their own state elections, their own local elections. But the way that we govern federal elections needs to be secured so that we aren't opening up ourselves up to foreign entities coming in, influencing our elections, or broad scale fraud. And it comes down to if a citizen wants to run for an office, that's one of the great things about this country, isn't it? You wake up one morning and you know what? I want to make a difference. I want to run for office. And you give it everything you've got. And the carpet is just yanked out from under you because the elections are rigged.
No, they're all rigged.
Right? It's not fair.
Yeah.
It's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to the voter. It's not fair to the candidate. It's not fair to the volunteers who knock doors. It's not fair to anybody.
And it's running for local office is the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's federal or local. You're going through the same thing.
Right.
Like I just filed to run for commissioner in my ward, advisory neighborhood commissioner, which represents about 1,500, 2,000 people. I think it's 2,000 people within my ward. It's a nonpartisan thing. And, I got to get signatures. I got to get on the ballot. And then we got to campaign. And what does it do? I mean, it basically, the people are going to be calling me up and telling me, nobody picked up their trash. But even to win that election, you got to fight the whole mail out ballot thing.
Right.
And it's all a hoax and you have no idea who's getting ballots. But I'll talk more about that later after we get the signatures to get on the ballot, which we're working on now. But, you got to get local, but it doesn't matter what you're running for. You just want to know that there's a fair election. And you can't even do that in any local venue now.
No, you can't. And with rampant ballot harvesting, drop box stuffing, I mean, it's unbelievable. The number of ways in which you can cheat in an election. They come up with new ways all the time. And so why can't we get something as very simple as you need to be a citizen and you need to have an ID? This doesn't impede anybody's privacy. Most states already have some form of when you have to register, when you go to vote, that you are proving where you live. So you're already showing some kind of document to show that. Making sure that you are the person who owns that ballot and have the legal right to turn it in. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And there's only one reason to oppose it.
To cheat.
To cheat.
To cheat.
It's the only
because
reason.
that's the only way they can win. All right, let's get to my good friend, very compelled to call in today, Chris Saxman of Godzilla Wins and also of the Virginia Gang on Fridays. Been with our show for 15 years. Chris Saxman, great to have you by phone. Thanks for buzzing in with John and Stephanie. Chris.
Well, thanks, John. Great to join you. I'm on the road this morning early, and I was listening on the Getter app, and I was like, well, just see how John's doing, give him a call in. So,
what's on your mind? Well, I asked you to call in because you had sent me a text, and I wanted you to expand on that with our audience, Chris.
Oh, hold on a second. I want to read it while I'm driving, but I guess you're compelling me to.
Well, here, I will.
Say?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Well, I don't know. When you're mentioning Fauci and the whole thing that happened, I didn't see the news. I try not to watch the news at night. It's like I can't help it anymore. I'd rather watch baseball or have a glass of wine in the back porch with my wife. Frankly, now the kids are out of the house. But when you mention Fauci, it brings back so many bad memories 6 years ago. My God. But yeah, they might want to brand this thing Fauci development syndrome for all the kids who got delayed in their learning.
I mean, that'll be with him. That'll be with him until he's in the grave. The number of young people in this country that he hurt by basically stealing 2 years of education, and they never caught up and are behind the curve on it. And he did that, and everybody knows there was no reason for these kids to not have school or to do Zoom or to have masks on, and it robbed them of 2 years of education. And Stephanie, they're never going to get that back.
No, they're never going to get it back.
It was a whole generation.
That's right. And so my granddaughter, who just turned 6, she fell right into the middle of all of that. And so the number of kids with speech issues who have to get speech therapy because they can't form their letters and their sounds correctly, because part of learning speech is watching, like we watch people speak and we watch how their mouths move and we learn how to articulate. And so they couldn't hear it and they couldn't see it. And now there's this epidemic of kids who cannot communicate effectively because they lost that part of their lives. And so, if you've got a child out there who's in speech therapy and you feel like everybody's in speech therapy, that's fine.
It's hard to, I never really thought of that, but I remember reading about that there was a speech epidemic, and I just attributed to, something going on with stuttering, which I suffered from as a young man, really up till my 50s. But yeah, you're right. You develop your speech as you learn the stuttering problem. It's you get in the habit of stuttering, and then as a very young person, and then for whatever reason, and then you spend your lifetime trying to break the habit, which is the most difficult thing to do. That is really the genesis, the embryo of what causes a severe stutter. Is somebody in your family stutters, you stutter, and then it becomes your way of speaking, and then you can't break it, and it takes years of therapy, like I did, years, to get to the point where you can answer the phone.
It's very true, and older kids are passing those speech issues on to it's happened with my granddaughter. And so my grandson, who did not experience that, but he's 3 years younger than she is, and he's picked it up from her because that's who he's learning to. You essentially, if you have older siblings, you learn a lot about conversing with your older siblings.
Chris Saxman on the phone with us as he's driving. Chris, we want to talk about the SAVE Act and the fact that John Thune, can you believe, Chris Saxman, that he's letting these senators go on vacation and they haven't done crap, and they're going out on another 6-week recess? They haven't passed a bill. They won't take a vote. What is the deal with these people, Chris? We lost them.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we lost them. I mean, think about the fact that they have done nothing, right? And now he wants them to go on recess to go campaign. Campaign on what? The fact you've done nothing?
I don't know, but I hope they all go back to their district and get blasted for not passing the SAFE Act. That's what I hope happens.
Well, they're not going to have town hall because nobody's going to have a town hall because they're scared.
Yeah,
because they know all of the
lefties.
Yeah, because
both
sides.
All of our grassroots, all of you Heritage Action Sentinels out there. I hope that when your senators are home campaigning over the next few months, that you're going to ask them very serious questions about why they can't get this done or why they refuse to get it done.
There was a major cell phone outage yesterday. You're aware of that?
I know.
Right?
I did not know that.
Yeah, major cell phone outage in certain parts of the country. And guess what? Those of us that had a sat phone like me laughed at it because I just pulled my sat phone out. No cell service where I was yesterday. Pulled my sat phone out. I'm good to go. If there is a cell phone outage and you can't get in touch with anybody, it's, because we're so dependent on our phones, it's kind of weird because now you just can't get in touch with anybody. That's why I have my sat phone. I get 90 free minutes a month. They roll over. So if I go 2 months without using it, I got 180. I can get a lot of conversations for that. They're also encrypted. So if you want a private conversation, you got that. Some of us have it. Some of it need that. Some don't. But one of the greatest things you can do is invest for your family in a sat phone. And all you need is one of them because then your family can call you. You can call your family. And you can get it free right now. A sat phone is about $1,500. You can get it free right now. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. It's about $80 a month, $85 a month. You're going to get 90 free minutes a month. They roll over. So if you don't utilize them, you're fine to get them the next month. But getting a sat phone for your safety, because you never know what's going to go on out there. And getting a sat phone, if you travel for your safety, is the best thing you could possibly do. It fits right in your bag. It's that big. I got it in my bag right over there. I just don't feel like getting up and getting it out. But I used it yesterday when I was out of pocket for a while. All you have to do is go to sat123.com, sat123.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get a free sat phone. You're going to get 90 free minutes, and it's easy to set up. It takes you 2 minutes. They send it to you. 2 minutes, you're good to go. Sat123.com. Check them out today. And also, if you're traveling around, if you own a business, you want to get the Starlink Mini, which we have. I've got one right over there. And you put it by a window. You take it in your car. I don't need jetpacks anymore. That my Starlink Mini is unbelievable. And I get that for $65 a month. And I am connected with Starlink internet at unbelievable speeds. What were we saying, Dan, the other day? We were testing it, doing something, and we were like 900 up. The hell you get that? Nowhere. So the speeds are unbelievable. You don't have to worry about being in a hotel. All you got to do is put it by a window. Unless you're on the bottom floor in a cave, you're going to get the service. If you got a balcony, that's even better. You stick it out there. Just go to, it's so easy. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Get your cell phone there and get your Starlink Mini, and you are going to be set. That's why I run my company on these phones, my Starlink Mini. I always travel. I think I go to Richmond once or twice annually, Dan. Don't take it personally, but you guys are great. I don't have to be there. You got it running like it's just humming in Rich Vegas. So thank you guys for all you do, but you really need to check that out. Go to sat123.com, sat123.com. You're good to go. Let's get to code 30, Dan. I want to talk about the communists. This is interesting. Here's a former Congressman Chaffetz yesterday saying the Democrats, the DSA, and the communists, it's all the same. Cut 30. Take a listen.
I'm just thinking about the interview I had with Pete Buttigieg on Friday. And I mean, he doesn't declare himself a socialist, but he's still a Democrat candidate calling for dramatic and in some cases radical change. He's calling for a big change to our institutions, including expanding the Supreme Court. Listen here from Friday.
What I'm saying is that under the laws of this country, under the Constitution of this country, we could have a Supreme Court that better reflects the expectations of the American people and that is more legitimate. The legitimacy of the Supreme Court is, I believe, the lowest it's ever been in the eyes of the American people. It's come to feel like a nakedly partisan institution.
He also said he wants to change the way the Supreme Court justices are selected. But what is going on here? And does he have a chance if he's not calling for all that radical change that we just heard from the DSA?
Don't get any confusion out there. The Democratic Party, the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, and the Communists, that's one party. You don't get to bifurcate it and say, oh, those people over there. They are part of one party. They actually caucus together. So this radicalization, these crazy things, abolish the presidency, get rid of the United States Senate, no public corporations, no borders, everybody gets amnesty, no prisons, no Pentagon. That's where the Democrats are today. So just when you thought Republicans might lose control of the House and the Senate, these crazies are trying to take over the planet and this country. And I think America will look at it and
Don't
say,
forget,
"You're
no
nuts."
borders.
Yeah, no borders. They're absolutely nuts. And all they have to do, Shannon Bream, just keep playing that video time and time again, because she just lays it out, and they keep saying, yeah, we're going to change this country to make it unrecognized.
What is your reaction to this?
I have to moderate my words. It's
No, you don't.
It's stupid. I mean, it's just stupid. So I pulled court packing way back in 2021-ish. And when you explain to people what it is that they can just install as many Supreme Court justices, and they talk about adding 3 or 5, but what's to stop them from adding 20 or 100 or, as many as they want, or then deciding, well, we want to have them equal to the proportion of populations within the state. So now we want all of these Supreme Court justices to be from California and New York. There's nothing to stop them from doing this. And so we have to think about who we're electing. You really need to think long and hard about, if you're a moderate, if you're a far left wing socialist and you're fine with that, I guess this is great news for you. But for the rest of America, the rest is 75% of America that thinks that this is crazy. You really need to think about who you're pulling the lever for in that ballot box this November, because that's what you're going to get. You're going to get these socialists installed into these seats, and they're going to pack the court. They're going to try to push for things like universal basic income, right? Which is just a soul crushing policy. They are going to do things like nationalize businesses so that the businesses will now be owned by the government. They will not be owned by you. If you're out there and you own a business, they're going to take that from you. They're going to say, this isn't yours anymore. This belongs to us, and you're going to do our bidding.
That's where we're headed. This is why we're going to win the midterms. I mean, as bad as the Republicans are, as feckless as the Senate is, as they're a bunch of losers, and they're still going to win because the Democrats are worse. It's basically what it comes down to. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. We're live in Washington, D.C. with Heritage Foundation, Heritage Action, Chief Pollster and Communications Executive Stephanie Buhaya. And we're going to be right back. Stay with us. We're going to take your calls. And coming up next is Mark Vargas is next. Keep it right here. Let me see if I get these lights on.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Socialism failing to work as it always does, this time in Venezuela. You talk about giving everybody something free and all of a sudden there's no food to eat. And who do you think is the richest person in Venezuela? The daughter of Hugo Chavez. Hello. Anyway. 0-2.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
After reviewing John Thune's x-rays, I can confidently confirm he has absolutely no spine. It's a medical miracle he can stand at all.
Great to have you with us. You are on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. I am your Godzilla of the truth. And co-hosting with me today, one of my favorite co-hosts of all time, Stephanie Bohaya. She is the chief pollster of the Heritage Foundation, Heritage Action, and also their chief spokesperson, chief executive spokesperson for Heritage Action. It's always good to have you, Stephanie. Thank you for joining us here. You were a little washed out there. I think, Dan, I adjusted the lighting a little bit. Ryan will fix it permanently on Thursday, but I think we're a little bit better than we were. Gotten some of the things out there. We got Mark Vargas coming up. But hey, guys, I just want to go, guys and gals, if you're serious about losing weight, I want you to check out Lean because I just started it. This is my, let's see, what's today? Tuesday, right? Tuesday. So I started it last Wednesday. So I've been out in a week. So the thing I love about Lean is I lost 40 pounds and then hit a plateau for like a year. So I went to 285 to 245. I did the PhD weight loss. I don't believe in GLP. I'm not going to take shots that spike my blood sugar. Plus it's synthetic. Plus that's just not for me. So a couple of my friends turned me on to Lean, and now they're one of my sponsors. And so go down this journey with us. But so far, so good. My appetite has gone down. And the great thing about it is, look, if you want to lose 2 pounds for a wedding, no. But if you want to lose some serious weight, 15 pounds, 20 pounds, Lean is the way to go. I take 3 of these a day. There's 3 tablets. I take them when I get up, after I brush my teeth or whatever. I take 3 full glass of water, and all I've eaten so far is a banana. Normally by this time I've eaten a lot more, cereal, breakfast, etc. All the stuff you should be eating, the sugars in it, and I just had half a banana. Right, since you've been here, that's been it. But it gives you energy, it curbs your appetite, and so Tina's been on it too. She lost 2 pounds in 2 weeks, so she's been on it 2 weeks. I've been on it like 8 days or something, but she's already lost 2 pounds. So we're going to tell you how that goes. But go on the journey with me. But I'm really excited about this product. If you're serious about losing weight, check this out. You have nothing to lose by it except weight. Just go to takelean.com, takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Check it out now. And you can go through this journey with me. I'm 245. I got to get to 220. So I'm still 25 down. But remember, I started this thing at 285. And my doctor said, if you want to see your son pitch baseball in the minor leagues one day, you got to lose some weight because you ain't going to be there. So, so far, so good. But sometimes you hit that just plateau and you just can't get under it. And look, I don't have time to go jogging every day. I'm getting up at 3:45 a.m. But I'm really excited about it. So far, so good. Check this out. Go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get yourself 10% off. Okay, let's get to our good friend, Mark Vargas. He's the editor-in-chief of the Illinois Review. He's also a Newsmax columnist and went with me on one of our trips to the Middle East and Israel. Mark, you're on with John and Stephanie. Thanks for being with us today.
Well, good morning from my underground bunker here in Chicago.
I just, the SAVE Act is what's on everybody's mind right now. The fact that we can't get this thing done. We can't get a vote on it. We can't get it to the floor. We can't do anything. I mean, they refuse to do anything. They haven't had a vote on anything meaningful in there in weeks. And now they're going on, another extended vacation, Mark. And Thune hasn't done anything. The president finally getting frustrated with him. Your thoughts?
Well, Thune has totally failed. I mean, the president put out a post on his Truth Social just the other day about recess appointments and the different presidents, and 0 under Thune. He's been totally MIA. And you're right. I mean, as I joke, Chicago stealing elections is as American as apple pie. When you talk about the SAVE Act, that's why every politician in downtown Chicago is absolutely silent. They know how it works. They know how they've professionalized that operation to get the outcomes that they have always wanted, election after election. And so I can't think of anything more important than securing our elections. I think it was brilliant on President Trump's behalf to put Save America Act to force the Democrats and even some Republicans like Tillis and Murkowski and Collins and the former Senate Majority Leader to talk about how they're against the Save America Act. But nothing's more important or critical than this piece of legislation that Thune can't get across the finish line.
He can't even have it for a vote. Jeff, forget it getting across the finish line. He won't even have it for a vote. He won't do anything. And here's my other question. Why does it, instead of J.D. Vance going on, Joe Rogan and The View and all the other nonsense he does, and it is nonsense. Okay, it's nonsense, right? He's campaigning for 28. He isn't going to win anyway. He's going to beat Rubio. So it's nonsense. Why doesn't he go into the Senate, grab the gavel, recess them, make the 150 appointments, and then just gavel them back in and demand a vote?
I mean, it's time for the president to start strong-arming these guys in the Senate and Thune. You're right. No, it's a total failure. And we're going to be screwed for generations if we don't pass this bill. But it's proving that John Thune is not part of the MAGA conservative Republican Party. He's the old establishment political consulting Rhino Country Club class that despise the grassroots and conservative Republicans. And he's proving that by his inactions as majority leader.
Stephanie.
The stall out in the Senate on everything. I mean, the not so funny, well-known joke in DC is that, it's where good policy goes to die. I mean, there's nothing coming out of the Senate, and there's nothing come out of the Senate in years. So why can't we get this done? What is wrong with this institution? Is it a culture problem? Is it a leader problem? Is it a voter problem? We need to get down to the root of why can't we get anything done in the Senate? Because ultimately, it's going to cost us the White House. And down ballot, it's going to cost us the majority in the House. It's going to cost us the majority in the Senate. And then you're going to have those down ballot issues in the states where you have purple states. So governors, we're going to start losing governors. We're going to start losing electoral votes. You have these national waves now, like national popular votes. So they want to get rid of the electoral college. You have to get this done. It's not even a if or when or maybe. No, you have to get this done. If you don't, we're going to lose control of our country.
So, I mean, what do you do now, Mark? I mean, I had Steve Bannon on the other day. I liked his idea. He said Trump needs to do a throwdown and demand a vote of confidence for Thune, put up another candidate, get on the phones, and get him out of there. What are your thoughts on that, Mark?
I mean, that's a longer term strategy. I mean, I think the short term strategy, the president's got to start talking about veto power, exercising the power of the presidency. And I think that's where some of his aides haven't really explained the real power of the president, the things that the president can actually do, whether it's funding, whether it's fundraising, cut off the RNC. He runs the RNC, cut off funding to these candidates if they need assistance until they pass this bill. So rather than putting up someone against Thune, I'd be strong arming them and using the resources of the RNC to really tighten the grip, a blockade, if you will. What we're doing in Iran, let's do a blockade of these Republican senators that don't want to pass the Save America Act. And I think, that'll make a huge difference.
Mark, I want to talk about for a second the midterms as we go into them. Inflation tamed, but people are still upset about affordability. Gas prices not where we'd like them to be. But the Democrats nominating all these communists, basically they're taking over the party. What is your assessment in the House right now going to the midterms of our ability to hang on?
Historically, the party that runs both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue, it balances it out in the midterm election cycle. However, President Trump has defied the odds his entire political career. Defied in 2016. He defied it in 2024. And so the Democrats are a mess. I know you both saw just the other day the reporting that the DNC had to pull out a $15 million loan and use their headquarters as collateral because they keep piling on debt, $18 million in debt. They can't even keep the lights on. Meanwhile, the Republican National Committee just right down the road has got $128 million flush with cash and zero debt. And so the Democrats are out in the ocean without any assistance. They're rudderless. They talk about affordability crisis. I mean, prices have gone down overall under President Trump, but what the Democrats really have is an identity crisis. Is this AOC and Mandami's party? Is this Chuck Schumer's party? Is this John F. Kennedy's party? This real identity crisis is playing out in real time, which is why we're seeing the fundraising catastrophe within the Democratic National Committee. I mean, John Stephan, they can't even deploy resources and money to House and Senate races because they have no funds available. So this is why we've got to pass the Save America Act. This is why we've got to move now, because the Democrats are driving a car with only 3 wheels right now, and we've got to take advantage of it.
I mean, can you imagine, Stephanie, right now they have the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, which is right here in D.C. They have $60 million in cash and $18 million in debt. Plus, they got a $15 million loan they have to start paying back. Right now, they've just been paying the interest back. They have to start paying the principal back starting in October, which is like $1.67 million a month. They have to put the DFC, their land, up for collateral. So they're $2 million in debt right now. Republican National Committee has like you said, about $130 million. So that's a pretty big gap. When you do your polling, what is it showing? Like, what do we have to do? What do the Republicans have to do to turn the corner? And I mean, if we do hang on to the House, it's going to be by 1 or 2, right?
Right.
What do we have to do to turn the corner?
I mean, it's voter education, honestly. we can put out these candidates, all we want to. They all have the same talking points. It's not landing. You need to get out there and figure out what the messages are that work, which is what I've spent, the latter part of my career doing, is studying what resonates with voters. What do they want to hear? You have to explain to them the dangers of socialism, the numbers, the millions of people that socialism and communism have killed and robbed livelihoods of over, decades and decades now. It's terrible. You had what Megan Romer, right? Megan Romer go on, Shannon Breen the other day on Fox News and talk about she wants to abolish prisons and wants to make all businesses owned by the government. This is what these people are now openly advocating for. They aren't even hiding it anymore. They're not even veiling it anymore. It reminds me of when we go back, 15, 20 years ago when they used to talk about abortion, safe, legal, and rare. But they would couch it in, they wouldn't even use the word abortion, right? Health care, taking care of women, and they wouldn't even speak the word. And now they're just right out there in your face. Yes, we support abortion right up to the point of birth. And for whatever reason you want to, whether it's birth control or because they find out their child has a genetic defect, or they just want a boy instead of a girl, or you name it. But now they're right out there in your face with it, and they're not afraid to say it. And now you have people that are buying into this almost in a cult-like behavior, and they don't really understand what's going to happen to this country because they don't understand what's happened throughout history in the nations that have adopted these policies.
Mark?
We've got to fight. I mean, Republicans traditionally have not been able to fight. Democrats, they unite, and I think that's one of their greatest assets. We at times are so fractured, and I think if we stand up and fight back in messaging, I think Stephanie's right. I mean, we've been very bad at messaging. President Trump is an expert marketer, and he's an expert at messaging. He knows he's got his finger on the pulse of middle America, and so I think once we can fix our messaging game, I think that's half the problem. You've got legislators, Republicans, going back home to their districts and to their states, and they're not explaining the importance of what Trump is doing there in Washington and how it's helping them and lowering their costs and securing our borders and securing our country, not only here at home, but abroad by taking out the Iranian regime, the mothership of terrorism for the last 47 years. It's all about messaging, and I think that's so important to do. You think about the abortion. Republicans are so afraid to talk about abortion. But it's like, listen, I'm pro-life. I respect the life of the unborn. I also respect the life of the born, which is why I'm for secure borders, which is why I'm for going after terrorists. Unlike the Democrats, they don't respect life of the unborn, and they certainly don't respect the life of the born, right? And you can pivot and paint them into a corner and force them to support their crazy lunatic ideas. And that doesn't resonate with everyday Democrats. And the fundraising at the DNC is proof.
Well, that's just drying up, and they can't get the big donors. And that's one of their biggest issues. And people don't want to donate to a communist party. We're going to get to that in a second. Let's take a phone call. Line one, we've got Leonard in Georgia. Leonard, you're on with the gang. Go ahead.
Good morning, John, Stephanie, and Mark. Here's what I was going to say. In every aspect of life, there's rules. You remember when a relief pitcher comes in, the umpire checks his glove. The Fumblerooski, the NCAA changed that rule because it was being abused. The SAVE Act is basically to keep the rules from being abused. Nebraska fumbled the ball on purpose. The linesman advanced the ball and scored a touchdown. The NCAA, we got a problem with that rule. Let's change it. The Republicans are too stupid, and we fall for the Fumblerooski every single time, John.
That's a great analogy. You got to go back to Tom Osborne and the Nebraska Cornhuskers with the Fumblerooski. Shows your age, dude, right? That's got to be in the early 90s, I think, in that game, the Fumblerooski. Thank you is a good analogy, right? I mean, they don't want to play by the rules. Mark, you and I were in the Middle East. Give us your thoughts now on what the pathway is in this Iranian situation, what you think the president has to do quickly in order to get this behind us going to the midterms. Mark Vargas.
I mean, the biggest conundrum is how do you negotiate with a group of people that celebrate martyrdom? I mean, that's problem number one. But my confidence is in President Trump. I mean, he's wrote The Art of the Deal. He's also showing the art of unpredictability. His tough talk is working. There is no doubt that there's negotiations going on behind the scenes, because President Trump will threaten bridges, electrical grids. We'll bomb the smithereens out of Carg Island, where 90% of their oil. And so I think we've got a couple of tricks up our sleeve. Any other president, I wouldn't feel confident, but President Trump he's on top of this. Worst case scenario, we take over Carg Island or we bomb it, and that's a no-go for what's left of the Iranian regime. And so I think I can't say a timeline. I know President Trump wants to get this done because we've got a midterm election coming up. But I can see a peace deal, phased peace agreement starting to come into play here, as they know that he's going to start bombing the hell out of that place.
What's he waiting for?
Diplomacy. I think I know this. I was in Baghdad 14 times. I deployed during combat as a civilian. I know this area very well. The Iranians were launching rockets and mortars at us 25 times a day. I think the president's wanting to go through diplomacy. He's got Iraq and Afghanistan sort of in the back of his mind. We cannot repeat these same mistakes. We cannot put troops on the ground. And so I think that's what he's thinking about. But we've got technology, advanced technology. This is an aerial campaign, drones. We can win this war from 40,000 feet in the air. But it talks tough. We start bombing key strategic targets again. That's going to force the Iranians back to the table.
Netanyahu coming to the White House today. Break that down for us.
Well, that's going to be a very tense conversation. I mean, he talked about when he was boarding the plane, I'm here for Lindsey Graham, for his funeral. But the president's going to have some real tough talk. What's going on here? You're very problematic in helping us restore peace in this region and with the Iranians. You're so trigger happy. So I think this is going to be probably one of the most tense meetings the President Netanyahu have had since this second term. And I think he's going to say, listen, we've got a midterm election cycle. We've got to end this war. Either you're with me or you're against me. I think that's the type of conversations that are going to happen right now in the Oval Office in the next coming days.
What do you think, Steph?
I think correct. All of that is correct. I think wrapping it up quickly is important, and I agree with the diplomacy part. Not just the foreign policy issue, but the domestic issue of, why do we keep giving them another chance? Why do we keep signing these deals and then rescinding and then going back in there? The president has to demonstrate to the American people that Iranians are dangerous, that they're not going to keep their word. They're not going to hold to these agreements because, again, back to a lot of people just don't understand the history of the region or the history of the world. But he has to prove to the American people that this is necessary and that it's urgent. And so I believe that's what he's doing. It's not just, the foreign diplomacy. It's the domestic diplomacy with the American voter.
Mark, I'll give you the final word here.
I mean, listen, the Iranian regime has killed over 300 American soldiers. What more do you need to go after and take out this regime? And so I think we're going to see a peace agreement here soon, and it's going to be phased. But President Trump's going to convert a war front into a storefront, and it's going to be because of the money and the support in that particular region, not from the United States.
I just don't know why we keep pausing the bombing. The bombing is working. There's no doubt about it. Certainly the stranglehold on their economy with the blockade, that is cutting off all their ability to have cash. Eventually they run out of stuff. They run out of money. And then that's where you're going to get the uprising. I just don't see where these pauses, look, I'm not a military expert, but just as a layman, I don't understand how these pauses in the constant bombing do anything but give them a chance to recover and then move assets around. Why not just continue it until they're done? I don't get the, bomb them and then tit for tat and then wait and then we're going to take the pressure off, because whatever deal they make, Mark, it isn't going to hold anyway.
My experience tells me that the pauses are because they've made some advancement in behind the scenes negotiations. And so he wants to wait and see what happens with that. And then when it breaks down, you hit him again. But I believe in my experience, that's what these pauses represent, are actually positive developments under the radar.
All right. We'll have to see what happens. I appreciate that. Because you're the editor-in-chief of the Illinois Review, what's going on with your governor there running for president? What's his deal?
Well, the latest Emerson College poll, he's hovering around 2% in every national poll. He's at the very, very bottom. He's destroying Illinois, destroying businesses. Chicago Bears going to be leaving Illinois altogether and setting up shop in Indiana, 20 minutes away from downtown. It's all because of Pritzker's failed policies.
I mean, can you imagine the Chicago Bears playing in Indiana? Like, how does it even work?
I'm waiting for the SNL skit on that one. The Bears.
Listen, if
Bears.
if JB Pritzker is elected president, Team USA will move to Canada.
I mean, how did the Bears play in Indiana? I mean, it's just like, what? I mean, I'm a New Jersey, New Yorker, and I remember when they moved the Jets to the Meadowlands. Like, everybody got the Giants. Like, who cares about the Giants, right? So they moved the Jets in the Meadowlands. I said, wait a minute. The Jets are in Queens. How do you go to Jersey? Nobody cared about it. Giants were in Yankee Stadium. Everybody knew that had to change. But, I guess it worked out for them at the Meadowlands. But I just don't see how you move Chicago to Indiana. I mean, you're the mayor, you're the governor. You can't even keep the most iconic team in the NFL. It would be like the Packers say the Packers are going to move to, Iowa. I mean, it's just stupid. The Des Moines Packers. Crazy. All right, Mark, thanks for being with us. Always good to get you on, Mark.
Yeah, likewise.
People want to follow you, Mark. Where do they go?
On X, at Mark A. Vargas, IllinoisReview.com, or my Newsmax column, Potomac Perspective.
I'll see you on our next trip.
See you soon, my friend.
Coming up soon. Mark Vargas, John Fredericks, Stephanie Bahia. Quick break, top of the hour news coming up, and we're going to be right back, breaking things down, taking your calls, 888-480-JOHN.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFV Portsmouth AM 1650.
From Town Hall, I'm Rich Thomason. Parts of the Midwest have taken a pounding from powerful storms that swept the region. That includes at least one tornado. Menasha, Wisconsin resident Kimberly Jones tells WBAY-TV that she was at home when the storm hit.
Sirens went off, and my daughter and I grabbed a cat, went in the basement, got really quiet, like our ears started to pop, almost like we're on an airplane or something, and it was intense.
Hundreds of thousands of utility customers without power, outage stretching from Illinois and Wisconsin to Ohio. Anti-regime protesters in Iran continue to pay the ultimate price for speaking out.
It's the latest in a series of executions carried out by the Iranian authorities since the mass anti-government protests that peaked in January. Thousands of protesters were killed during a crackdown by the authorities. Tehran says the latest prisoners to be executed were involved in the killings of 4 security personnel in Ali Khanhi Square during the protests. Earlier this month, 2 other men were hanged over similar charges. UN rights experts say at least 24 people have been executed in connection with the uprising so far.
The BBC's Embarrassing Ethirajan. White House meeting on tap today between President Trump and Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Trump will also be meeting separately with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Spring forward, fall back. President Trump says he's had enough of that.
President Trump is calling attention to legislation aimed at ending daylight saving time.
Let's get rid of daylight saving time stuff, okay? We have a bill in. Hopefully the Senate's going to approve that one. The House approved it, and we're going to get rid of that.
The measure would end the practice of changing clocks twice a year. Willie Nelson, the White House.
On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 336 points higher. NASDAQ futures are down 297 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The son of an assistant coach for the Kansas City Chiefs is accused of shooting his own mother.
Authorities in Loudoun County, Virginia have arrested 27-year-old Elijah Zion Bieniemy, the son of NFL Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, in the alleged shooting of his own mother. Deputies responding in Ashburn late Sunday found 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy alive but with multiple gunshot wounds. She's hospitalized in stable condition. Kansas City coach Andy Reid spoke with reporters.
She's a saint. We all know that. The people that know her. One of God's good blessings right there now. Really special person. So, but things happen. Things happen, and you got to work through it.
Elijah faces charges including malicious wounding and use of a firearm in a felony. I'm Jennifer King.
Early in-person voting is getting underway in swing state Wisconsin's chaotic Democratic primary for governor. The Democratic Socialists trying to overcome the incumbent governor's pick. News and analysis, townhall.com. The latest on the health of Senator Mitch McConnell. Looks like he'll be in rehab a while longer.
The update includes a statement from the Congressional Office of the Attending Physician stating 84-year-old Senator McConnell has not yet been medically cleared to leave a rehabilitation facility where he's undergoing physical therapy. It means he will miss the annual Fancy Farm Picnic, which features speeches from politicians throughout Kentucky who are running for office. McConnell is not running for re-election. He was admitted to a hospital last month and revealed weeks later that it was because of a fall. The attending physician's report also says McConnell's bout with childhood polio continues to be a significant factor in his mobility. Ed Donahue, Washington.
Senator Lindsey Graham will be eulogized in Washington today, his body to arrive at the U.S. Capitol, where the South Carolina Republican served for more than 30 years. And later on, it's a funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. More on these stories, townhall.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Across the USA, trucking the truth, make the hard lies fade. The Godzilla of truth, coming your way. We have a country to save. We have a country to save. From the feed store road to the county line, from the first cold dawn to the closing time. If the world gets loud, they turn it around with a steady word and a solid sound. Our hero on the airways, voice cutting clean through the noise. Line by line, town by town, they never lose the voice. Trucking the truth across the USA, trucking the truth, make the hard lies fade. The Godzilla of truth, coming your way. We have a country to save. We have a country to save.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you on Godzilla Wins, and I am your host, John Fredericks. What a very special day today. as I'm guest hosting with my good friend Stephanie Bohaya. Now, Stephanie is a very accomplished pollster. She is my pollster, the only one that I use. She's the best with Heritage Action. She also has her own polling company, Stephanie Bohaya Polling LLC. I just made that up. But she is really the best. She's also the senior executive spokesperson for Heritage Action. And my link there to the whole Heritage Foundation. And of course, I love what the Heritage Foundation is doing. I love Dr. Roberts. And as I've told you before, I think together we're at the tip of the spear of defining what MAGA 2.0 is, because either we're going to define it or it's going to define us.
Yes, that's true.
So that's my vision, that one day we'll be able to work together very quickly in order to do that. But in the meantime, we love having Stephanie on, and she nailed the poll for the, the Virginia referendum, when everybody else was saying we were getting beat by 15, and you did a poll, said we were down by 4, and we lost by 2. So shows you how good her polling is. Her polling also found that 15% of Republicans were voting in favor of the gerrymandering referendum because they didn't understand the ballot language. And most of those votes came early voting. Had we started earlier, we would have defeated that outright.
I believe so.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just it just goes to show you voter education early. Get out there early with your issues and talk about them loudly and as often as you can.
It's getting tougher to find an honest pollster, because a lot of pollsters are now falling into narrative and clickbait. And so, and they can do that by just skewering the way the questions, is it registered voters, likely voters, how they weight the Democrats, how they weight whatever. And so you can basically skew the poll to come out any way you want, just like in Iowa when Ann, whatever her name is, had Harris up by 3. She got beat by 15 the next day. So that was a narrative poll to inspire her base to get out and vote. And of course, Ann, I forget her last name, the famous pollster, the Des Moines Register, retired the next month. So it was her final shot at trying to influence the country, and it didn't work out. And so she had to retire.
Yeah. So a lot of a lot of polling is just based around marketing. It's to get clicks and raise money. And I understand all that as a line of business. It's not what I do. I'm honestly looking for truth in my polling, because it's not helpful to anybody if we don't have the right messages.
Truth and clarity. So you really should become our pollster, right? Truth and clarity.
Truth and clarity.
Right. You fit right in. 888-480, John, if you want to weigh in, 888. Do you have any other polls coming up?
I don't have any right now. No, I don't. Nothing right now. It's election season, so all of that's tied up in in election polling. I don't do a ton of that. I do a little bit of that, but
Have you evaluated? I know the Decision Desk. There's a couple pollsters out there. One says that the generic vote, Republicans and Democrats in the House, is 3. One says it's 4. Emerson says it's 12. Is that an outlier?
Yeah, I hate to use the phrase, it's too early to tell, right? But it's too early to tell on what's going to happen in November. It's too early. I'm an eternal optimist. I still hold out hope that we can get SAVE done. And if we can get SAVE done, that's going to make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, because they don't cheat.
Yeah. So, it's going to make it much more difficult to cheat. The Supreme Court put out a ruling yesterday that Tennessee gets to use their new map. So that's good. That solidifies one more seat for us. But unfortunately, Georgia punted. So that was
Mississippi punted.
Georgia was terrible. Georgia, there was a whole behind the scenes deal behind, with a Republican speaker in Raphael Warnock it just unbelievable. I wrote an op-ed. I published it. If you want to go look it up at the Daily Signal.
What was the deal they made?
Yeah, that's a great question, John. I'd love to know. What is the deal, Speaker Burns, about, what kind of deal did you cut with Senator Raphael Warnock? But basically what happened is, the Governor Kemp, rightly convened a special session to redraw the maps in Georgia to get rid of the gerrymandering, the racial gerrymandering. It's a long holdover from Jim Crow and Reconstruction. So he ordered them to come together and to draw these new maps. And the speaker, he did it. He, convened the session. They got together for, I think it was 2 days. And the Republican speaker met in a back room with Raphael Warnock. This is not a secret. Raphael Warnock was posting about it openly, bragging on Twitter about it. Went into a closed door meeting with him and immediately adjourned the session. So I would like to know what happened in Georgia. Why aren't we getting our redrawn maps? What is the problem?
They made a deal, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And the deal is not going to matter because they're going to lose anyway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. The Republicans think by making a deal with the Democrats, somehow they squeak out wins.
No.
And they're going to get. It's actually because then the base stays home.
Don't make
That's
deals
how
with the
stupid
devil.
they are.
Don't make deals with the devil.
It's unbelievable. I mean, what goes on behind
You're no
these
Charlie
closed doors?
Daniels. You're not going to beat him down in Georgia. You're just not going to do it.
Exactly. You want to weigh in 888-480-JOHN. Don't forget, today is Tuesday, Colonial Downs Racing, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days a week. Don't want to miss that. Post time, 12:30 p.m. They're in New Kent, the most beautiful racetrack, as you know, in America. I've said it 100 times, certainly the most beautiful turf track, 20 minutes east of Richmond, about an hour west of Virginia Beach. So check it out. Go to colonialdowns.com. Get more information there. Colonialdowns.com. Great for the family. Sundays, there's always cool things going on. Bring the kids, see the horses. The food is fantastic. Free parking, free admission, free. Plus, have fun, win money. Kids are going to have such a good time. You can get right down. You can be a railbird, get right down, see the horses up close. We go almost every weekend. Can't go this weekend. I got a wedding, but we go almost every weekend. And our horse, the one that we've got there, stabled there, Baytown Parfait, got a couple weeks off, couple more weeks off. He'll be back in, depending on what race we want to put him in, probably about the third week in August, somewhere in there. So I'll keep you guys posted when he gets in. So we're giving him a little 40 day, about a 35 day breather. He's had some tough races. And so, but he's doing fine. Saw him the other day. I saw him last weekend. Gave him some carrots, ready to go. So we'll see him. He was a little sulking in the back of the stall because he had an ulcer on the back of his mouth that we have to get down. So it wasn't eating well, but we got that under control. Giving him a couple weeks off, and he'll be back at it about second, third week in August. I'll keep you posted, and hopefully. You guys can make it down there with us. Colonialdowns.com. Colonialdowns.com. Have fun, win money. Everything is always free parking, always free general admission. Box seats, they're like $5. Can't beat that either. Let's get to a couple of clips here. I want to get to, let's start, Dan, if we can. I want to get to 33 here. Steve Moore saying the scary thing is that most people supporting these crazy communists in the Democratic Party are people with college degrees. Figure that one. Roll it.
I think we should point out that the Democratic Socialists of America are not a separate group. They're inside the Democrat Party and are shaping its policies and have real power within the party. And they're not going away. What do you say?
Well, you're exactly right, Stuart. And if you look at the latest polls, now it's way too early, but if you look at the latest polls for New Hampshire primary, guess who's in the lead among the Democrats for the presidency? AOC.
Yeah, AOC.
AOC is in the lead, and I think Bernie Sanders is second. All of the wind in the Democratic Party is behind the sails of these. I call them just socialists. I don't know what the difference between a Democrat socialist and a socialist is. But this is a scary thing. It's not good for America. We only have two political parties in America, and one of them has been basically taken over by the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. Really scary. And here's the thing that I would say about this, Stuart. Look, I would say most Democrats are not socialists, but where are the Democratic leaders in America today denouncing these crazy policies? They're afraid. They're afraid to speak out and say, getting rid of the Senate is lunacy. Yeah. Raising tax rates to 50, 60, 70% is lunacy. Letting anyone into the country, whether they're a criminal or they're a terrorist, whether they're a gang member into the country, is lunacy. And yet the Democrats are afraid to speak out and say, our party is headed in the wrong direction. And if they stay on this course, I think that they're going to lose big in 2028, and they're going to get quite a spanking from the American voters because Americans don't believe in socialism. We're a free enterprise country, Stuart.
Yeah. I can't wait to see those GOP ads pointing out they want to abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court. Those ads should be very effective right before the midterms and way out into 2028. Stephen Moore on a Monday morning.
Well, you know what's scary about this, Stuart, is the people who are the most in favor of the crazy policies are the ones with college degrees.
Yeah.
I don't know what our universities are teaching our kids, but it ain't free enterprise.
That's good. How do you reconcile that?
Well, first of all,
how do you even figure that out?
What are the degrees in? That would be my first question. They're getting education degrees. They're getting liberal arts degrees that are, not. They don't lead to productive outcomes in that, these people are not opening businesses. They're not learning business fundamentals. I mean, overwhelmingly, people who graduate with business degrees and MBAs typically vote Republican, right? So engineers typically are voting Republican. So these science degrees, people who connect the dots on productivity and how it improves our economy, they're the ones who are speaking reason. But unfortunately, they're working while these other people who have gotten these degrees to talk, which, I have to put myself in that category. My degree's in political science. So yeah, that's what I do. I just happen to have a really great conservative dad who made sure I listen to Rush Limbaugh every morning. But I am not the typical one out there is buying into these socialist ideas and then passing them on to their children. It's really, really dangerous.
It's insane. I mean, to think that we're in a point in this country where there is a communist movement that's real. And at the beginning, a lot of people made fun of it. I didn't. This movement is real. If AOC, I think she's going to be the nominee. And get this, she is going to win a bunch of states.
Yeah.
I mean, she is going to win huge states like New York, California, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii. She's going to win these states, and New Jersey. I mean, she's going to win all these states. It's going to be a competitive. I think we beat her, but it's going to be competitive. It's no matter who we put up, it's going to be a competitive race. And to think that many huge states would vote for a 35-year-old, no job other than tending bar, communist, socialist with no experience, can't string a sentence together, and they're going to vote for her? It's insane.
The Democrats have been playing, it's been a long game for them, right? So they have been committed to the Marxist socialist ideology for generations and teaching their children that this is the way that you should vote, right? So Nick Freitas, I don't know if you follow Nick Freitas, I love him, he's great. He was on Twitter yesterday or day before, and he hit the nail on the head. He said, all we have to do, the short-term outlook is bleak, but the long-term outlook, conservatives are having children. Democrats are not. They're either not having children or they're aborting their children, quite literally. All we have to do is continue to have children, but we have to take that extra step and teach our children about conservative free market values and make sure that they grow up voting that way. There has been a tendency over the last 10 to 20 years that, I want my child to, think freely and discover the world. The problem is the other side is not playing that game that way. They're not. They're writing textbooks. They're in their entertainment, their music, the movies they watch, their friends that they're out with, their social policies, the transgender ideology, all of this mess. And they are indoctrinating your children, and you have to stop it.
So good point that Nick Freitas making, former House of Delegates member, ran for Congress and the Senate in Virginia. So you have how many children?
I have 3.
So on the conservative scale, where do your kids stand?
What's the scale? 1 to 10?
Yeah, conservative.
They're 11s. They're 11. Yeah,
so,
they're out there.
So you're 3 for 3.
I'm 3 for 3.
I'm 1, 1, and 1.
Okay.
So I didn't do very well.
Well, you know what? Maybe when they get a little older.
Well, 2 of them are older. One is an independent, goes both ways, votes for DeSantis, but then voted for Harris. So you got that going on. So she's an independent. The little guy's 22 years old. He pitches for Maryland. I don't know why I say that. He'd get mad. Our youngest son, MAGA 100%, 11. And then my older son, who runs our sports division, getting his doctorate at Arizona State University, Marxist. So, I mean, I didn't do very well. I'm 1, 1, and 1. At least I got the last one. It's good to good.
Hey, you know
good
what?
To go.
Sometimes people come to reason later in life. My dad was not a Republican until Reagan. So I mean, he was a Reagan Republican. You know, he was a staunch Democrat, and all of his family were staunch Democrats.
So my older son, who's a college professor there, getting his PhD, and an avowed Marxist, is now running the sports division of our company as chief operating officer. And part of that is obviously you want to grow it and put him in charge of it. So he's becoming an entrepreneur. So I asked him the other day, I'm like, so now that you're you're part of the family company and you got to grow the business, and you want something, you want this to turn into something, like how does that square with Marxism? Like square that for me. Change the subject. Just change it
because you can't reason it through, right? Why
you can't? And he's almost got his PhD. He just changed his subject and said, "You know what? The Astros need a right-handed bat, Dad. Now." So I kind of went with it. I'm like, "Yeah, we need a bat, no doubt about it." By the way, Dan, Astros winning last night, down 4-1, going to the top of the eighth. Got one and came up with a 4 spot in the ninth on 3 walks and 2 errors by the California Angels. I should have bet him. I'm like, whatever. Then I bet the Phillies over the Marlins, right? I go to bed. I got a 3-run lead. I got up. They blew the lead in the 9th inning. So not the best. I hate when you go to bed a winner and you get up a loser. Like, it's like, what is this, right? So, Dan, I know you went over the games last night, but that's what happened. All right, let's get to Liz Peek. There's going to be Cut 36, saying basically the same thing Moore said in a different way. Now this stuff is getting out into the mainstream. Go ahead. Roll it.
Listen to what the co-chair of the Democratic Socialists of America said about abolishing the Senate and borders.
The Senate is an anachronistic institution. It comes from the British House of Lords. It is made to protect power for, the Senate was part of the system that was made to make sure that the people didn't have too much of a say. We're not saying open the borders tomorrow. We're saying rebuild an economy and a society that works for everyone. And the open borders is part of a longer-term international plan that involves us stopping destabilizing countries. So the long-term plan, when we think about most people who are in prison, they are mostly in prison for crimes of poverty.
Wow. Did you take all that lot in, Liz Peek? And the Senate.
I did. It's the gift that keeps on giving, Stuart.
It is. It really is. I mean, they're promising the world. Meanwhile, Mandami can't even get free buses in New York City. I mean, do people really believe this stuff?
Stuart, what this woman is talking about is basically anarchy. It's about destroying the foundations of the United States. And look, if the Democratic Party has problems, this is a core element of it. People don't like what this group is selling. And you have Hakeem Jeffries out on the stump saying, we have a big tent. Basically saying, come on in. We like anarchists. We like people who hate the United States and hate everything that has made this country great. My gosh, the fact that more moderate Democrats, Democratic leaders have not stood up and said, no, we reject everything this group has stood for. And by the way, this didn't include the anti-Semitism that is basically rife, not only in the DSA, but also in the Democratic Party right now. They have a lot of problems, and this woman just basically listed all of them.
Nicely put, Liz, nicely put.
Unbelievable. When we get back, you've got one of your friends coming up from the Daily Signal.
Yeah, we do.
It's going to be joining us in just a few moments. I'm here with Stephanie Bohaya, Mehik Cook, coming back, talk more about the SAVE Act and other things going on. She's one of the writers for the Heritage Foundation's Daily Signal. When we get back, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, Truck the Truth. Across America, stay with us. Your calls, 888-480-JOHN.
In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code GODZILLA for your discount. That's discount code GODZILLA at takelean.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
It's great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America, live in Washington, D.C. I am your Godzilla of the truth. Co-hosting with me today, the one and only Stephanie Bohaya. Stephanie, Chief Pollster, Heritage Action, also their Heritage Action's Chief Communications Executive, and also my pollster. I don't go to anybody else but her. I want to thank my good friend Stephanie for being with us today, gracing us with her presence, co-hosting with me, and always good to have her. We've got one of her colleagues coming up, oddly enough, right? Mehek Cook, one of the writers for the Daily Signal, which is put out by the Heritage Foundation. So it's like we're all one big Heritage Foundation family here, Stephanie, and I know you're looking forward to that. Now, if you're tired of getting hammered by outrageous healthcare costs, listen up. Our good friend Barry Draper, Mountaineer Healthcare from the Smart Health Company, well, they're helping families, Dan, individuals and businesses like ours get quality healthcare coverage without getting crippled financially. Now, if you need quick care, no problem. Free telemedicine included. I tell you what else you get. Copay $15. Need prescription coverage? They got that too.
fully tiered prescription drug plans. But here's the kicker: they're up to 40% less with better coverage than your typical unsubsidized health plan coming out of your provider or coming out of Obamacare. Unbelievable. Real savings for real Americans. I want you to go to thesmarthealthplan.com, thesmarthealthplan.com. It's as easy as that. Get a quote, get more information. Whatever you're doing now, even if you're your spouse has a plan through work and you have to pay for the spouse or vice versa, just get a quote. You're in the gig economy like we are. Get a quote, figure it out. Best thing you could possibly do. You have no downside to get a quote, and just go to thesmarthealthplan.com, thesmarthealthplan.com, or give them a call, 833-752-6742. 833-752-6742. And we thank Barry Draper, our guy, for putting this whole thing together. The Smart Health Plan, care you can count on, health you can trust. Go to thesmarthealthplan.com. Joining me now is Mehek Cook. I always try to get her name right, Mehek. And you're with John and Stephanie. Mehek, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, John, Stephanie. Good to see you.
Stephanie was excited to have you on today.
Yeah, I am excited.
Yeah, one of your colleagues. So
it was a surprise.
Well, we're always full of surprises here. Mehek, you didn't know Stephanie was here. Stephanie didn't know you was here. But I like springing surprises on people. It's the fun thing about our show. We do it all the time, and it's kind of fun. It's organic. Mehek, tell us about. I want to start with New Jersey. So let me get this straight. First, there's 6,600 illegal voters. Now we find there's 75,000 phony jury duty people that shouldn't be on jury duty in New Jersey, shouldn't be on the list because, well, to be on a jury, like you got to be an American citizen, like jury of your peers, but not really. But in order to get on a jury, you have to be a registered voter. So explain that one to us.
John, I can't because I don't know what it's like to set up a system to cheat in America, but clearly Democrats do. And the problem is at the forefront. It's the same thing, by the way, that U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley said in California as he's been uncovering voter fraud. You actually have to set up systems on the front end to stop, prevent, and detect fraud rather than on the back end. You have Harmeet Dillon at the DOJ, Civil Rights Division, that's chasing voter rolls, states like New Jersey that are unwilling to hand them over. And the problem is how the system was set up. Mikey Sherrill wants to blame everybody else, including her vendors, instead of the Board of Elections. But you have something called self-attestations, which is anybody, illegal, non-citizens, and legal citizens can check a box and say they're U.S. citizens, and then they're automatically getting registered. There's no verification, and this continues to prove it. Our system, our election system, in many states, including blue states, is broken. So if they're unwilling to let the federal government come in, we're going to have continued depletion and dilution of American citizens' votes, our monetary access in terms of what should be coming to American citizens through fraud. And now we're seeing even jury selection diluted. How do you have a non-citizen determine guilt or not guilt? I mean, this should overthrow a lot of even verdicts, in my opinion.
I'm with you on that. I mean, the purpose of our judicial system is innocent to proven guilty and judged by a jury of your peers, which have to be U.S. citizens. How do you get judged by non-citizens that they're not even legal? They shouldn't even be here. They're not legal citizens, and they're determining your fate. Like anybody that got convicted with non-citizens on a jury, you're right. Why isn't every one of these suing to get it overturned? Or vice versa?
That's the problem. We don't know how many non-citizens have made those determinations, how many of them have actually been a part of juries that have delivered guilty verdicts. But this is an absolute mess. And this is exactly why we have to go back to what systems are we using? We need a uniform system today, John, Stephanie. I think it needs to be through the federal government where you're providing voter rolls and every state is working in conjunction with them so we can protect every system from voting to our courts.
Stephanie.
Yeah, I mean, we need uniformity, obviously, because left to the states, you have this patchwork quilt of election integrity enforcement or non-enforcement. If you're talking about Minnesota or other places where it's just the Wild West, you can just do whatever you want to manipulate elections. And so, having that federal oversight, everybody has to at least adhere to these minimum standards of citizenship and voter ID. Why can't we get this done? Why can't we get this done, Mahek?
Well, because Democrats' only way to win is to cheat, and they've had a strategy for a very long time. You get illegals to come into our country, you offer them, you saw in New York City, housing, debit cards, anything that they wanted. They're putting homelessness and veterans on the street, but illegals, it was a free for all. So you have New York, California, and all these other states that have bent the rules to allow illegals to come here. And then remember, they're voted in our US, or they're counted in our US Census. Census doesn't care if you're legal or illegal. And then that expands the congressional map, which gives them more representation. So this is the massive strategy for Democrats. It's expanding the electoral map, their votes, their footprint. That is the only way they can win. Otherwise, I still have to ask. Mikey Sherrill has 5 days in New Jersey to turn over voter rolls. Why didn't she do it on day one to Hermeet Dillon at the DOJ? This is the first thing I would do if I were governor. I would make sure that my state was protecting American citizens first, and I would show good faith. It's because she's complicit. She doesn't need 5 days. She has access to that through her board of elections. It's about lying and cheating. And Democrats talk about weaponization of government. I loved Mikey Sherrill's response. She also said that Trump was weaponizing the government. Well, I think that's what Mikey Sherrill has done. She has weaponized the government, and President Trump is putting an end to it.
Mahek, why didn't she release them immediately? Why is she waiting?
Because I think there's more than the potential 75,000 non-citizens on the voter roll. I think it's much worse. And the minute this is released, mark my words, I think across our country, governors, Republicans, and Democrats will have to release this. There's going to be lawsuits filed to point to New Jersey and what happened. And this consulting firm actually does 36 states across the country. Now, they're not at fault. All they're doing is turning over the data for registration. But I do think if we've had a problem in New Jersey, we have 36 other states that need immediate audit based on what we have found just here in New Jersey.
It's insane, Mahek. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We are with Mahek Cook. She is political and legal analyst with the Republican National Committee, spokesperson there, also a writer for the Heritage Foundation daily online publication, The Daily Signal. And co-hosting with me today is the one and only Stephanie Bohaya of the Heritage Foundation Action and our pollster here on the John Fredericks Media Network, because she's the only person we trust with honest polls. So thank you. So Mahek, get to the census here. Is when we do the new census for 2030, is the Supreme Court still going to count illegals, or is that under appeal?
My understanding is it's under appeal right now, but to date, we're still being told that illegals are going to be counted in our census. So that is a case that needs to be won because, again, the minute we have data on legal citizens, then we can start actually stripping. I think actually, John, Stephanie, there's going to be a reckoning where we're looking at states and the number of US citizens, it's going to diminish in states like California and New York and some of these Democrat states that have been packing illegals. I mean, if you think about it, most illegals are going to these states because they're offered benefits. They're committing fraud. It's happening even here in a Republican state like Ohio, where it's so easy to game a system against the American people. So once we see the census goes through the Supreme Court and we can actually count legal citizens, Americans, we're going to see some of those numbers in Congress diminish for sure in some of these states.
Well, if they stripped out the illegals from the census, you would have a permanent majority of Republicans in Congress for the rest of our generation. It would just be with the number of people moving into the red states. And if you got rid of the illegals as part of the census, there'd be probably a 50-seat shift. It would be over for years. The Democrats would never have control of that. Get to Ohio. You're there. 2 races, governor, Vivek Ramaswamy. That's closer than anybody would like, according to the polls. And the Democrats are still telling us Sherrod Brown is going to win, although anybody with half a brain can't see it. What is your assessment there?
I think we have a complacency problem this midterm, John, Stephanie, and I would love to hear about polling on this, but Republicans had a massive opportunity and still do through President Trump. He promised us safety and security through the border. We've had enormous deportations thanks to border czar Kamala Harris, Biden, who allowed illegals to come into our country. In addition to turning our economy around, President Trump passed the big, beautiful bill. We're seeing a lot of tax savings, but there's still more work to be done. And my problem today is as I talk to donors, as I talk to voters, they're asking, why should we vote? Why should we be motivated as we have a Republican majority that refuses to pass bills like the Save America Act, that refuses to think about what we're doing as we balance our checkbooks, but they refuse in Congress to stop insider trading. There's an apathy. And this is where Democrats are so good. Their base is energized. Remember, they're mostly now targeting our universities and our younger generation, and they're so good at it because they're promising socialism. What are we promising? I mean, it's a free-for-all. Socialism doesn't work, but that's a textbook discussion. For most Americans, young Americans, they think that's a promise, and maybe we need to become socialist. Maybe we need to be with the DSA. So I'm seeing a lot of Republicans sit out, talking about apathy, talking about not donating. And yes, our governor's race will be close, but it's not because Dr. Fauci, we have little Dr. Fauci here, Amy Acton's a good candidate. It's really because Sherrod Brown has a massive machine. I mean, he brought in close to over 100 million last cycle against Bernie Moreno, and Bernie's 25 million crushed him because President Trump was on the ballot and Bernie Moreno is a solid candidate. But I do think Sherrod's coming back with that scruffy appeal. He's a working class, blue collar type of candidate, but he's never been able to hold a job. I think we're going to have a tough time, and this is where turnout in a state like Ohio matters. People take us as a Republican state and forget about us. I think we are a swing state still. If we don't have Republicans turn out, it's going to be a massive issue. But I'd love to know about polling and what you're hearing out there, Stephanie.
So I've not dug into Ohio numbers, but in the past, conventional numbers show that Ohio is a conservative state. It's not a Democrat state. It's not a Democrat stronghold. It's the Midwest. People have family values, hard work, to agriculture, manufacturing. These are hardworking, down-home American folks who don't have any interest in socialism. So why are these policies taking hold? Well, let's just go back to James Carville, right? It's the economy, stupid. I mean, I think everybody understands what candidates need to be talking about right now. We talk about the appeal of socialism to young people. Well, it's a lot of that has to do with because they think that capitalism isn't working for them. But what they don't understand is that a lot of the defects in capitalism right now are holdover policies that crippled it from the Obama and Biden administrations. We had a strong economy under Clinton, as much as that pains me to say, but we had a strong economy. We had strong economies in Bush one. We had a strong economy, his first term. We had strong economy with Trump, and so what we need to understand is that the deregulation that Trump is trying to do, within our bureaucracy, within our federal agencies, and also at the state level is extremely important to fostering growth and bringing down those prices.
Let's get to Madami here. Mayor Madami, New York City. Dan, let's get to cut 40. Here's Madami said, we're going to have 5 city-run grocery stores, and on one day a month, first of the month, prices are going to be cut by 30% under retail, under wholesale. So basically they're going to be losing money, and that's going to be subsidized by a taxpayer in Saratoga, Albany, or Rochester, because he's holding Kathy Hochul hostage. Basically, she's a hostage of Madami's. Roll it, Dan.
Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
So you're going to get 5 city-run grocery stores. You're going to set prices 30% under wholesale, which means they're subsidized by taxpayers in another part of the state. You're going to have it for the month. So if you have a grocery store across the street, you're going to go out of business, because why would anybody shop there when they got to pay at least 30% higher? Because they're not getting tax subsidies from somebody living in Long Island or Buffalo, because that's really where the income transfer is. And like everybody is cheering this, like like we're idiots. Like this is going to be success. And he's got the grocery store backdrop, and the shelves are full, and the oranges are there, and the peaches are there. Like this thing is going to be sold out in one day, right? And then there's going to be shortages, and then there's going to be riots. I mean, how do you reconcile with this? This is communism, and it's eventually going to crash. How is he getting away with this, Mehek?
I don't know how he's getting away with it, but it is going to devastate and crush small businesses. I go to New York frequently, I work there, and I'm watching small businesses that are already being undercut by Mondani's policies as they have to pay higher taxes, higher crime, less police officers on the street. So, of course, these smaller run grocery stores are going to be crushed. But this is part of the philosophy and the policy. If you think about it, as small businesses move out, as good families move out, and they start going to other states with no income tax, many are moving to Florida, Texas, anywhere but New York. Think about what he's doing. He is literally doing the greatest replacement theory of American citizens, because he's telling now illegals, he's telling non-citizens, he's telling his allies out in foreign countries that we don't need here in the United States, come to New York because I have room for you. I'm already taking over landlords and rent. Even though he lost, he's going to find a way to continue to diminish small businesses. He's moving out the rich and the elite, which I don't know who's going to be paying those taxes because it trickles down to the doorman, but he is doing everything to replace American citizens. So this is all by design. The more free stuff he gives, the more illegals, non-citizens, and people who don't belong here, who hate America, are going to move into his city. It's his plan, so we can call it stupid, but he's definitely doing it. And they're going to crash and burn. It's only a matter of time, John. The money's going to run out.
What happens when the money runs out?
Well, you have a situation where, like what Rudy Giuliani came into, right? Where New York is an absolute disaster, where it's crime riddled and homelessness everywhere and drugs everywhere, and nobody has jobs. And he came in and he cleaned up the city, and became one of the greatest economies in the world, really. And now we're going to dial all of that back because free groceries, I guess. And what's going to happen is these grocery stores that decide to participate in this are going to crowd out good grocery stores that people rely on, that provide good products and good service so that they can, get their government cheese, I suppose. And then what's going to happen? You're going to have crappy little grocery stores dotting corners that have 3 products on the shelves. You're going to have despair, dismay. The economy is going to collapse.
Because the regular grocery stores can't stay in business.
No,
I mean,
they
if I went to Bordego and I'm in anywhere around here, I'm going out of business.
That's correct.
Because they're selling 30% under wholesale, subsidized by taxpayers in Saratoga and Buffalo. You can't compete. So you got to shut down. Who's going to shop you? I mean, you got to make a profit and pay your people. This is taxpayer funded.
Yeah. And you can bet that those little shops, these little communist grocery shops, are also peddling communist propaganda to the people who shop there. 100%.
It's unbelievable. And it's going to be, eventually they run out of food. They run out of, everything runs out, and then the riots start. And then he's going to ask Hochul for more money, who's basically his hostage in Albany. Mm-hmm. The fact that the fake news won't even call this out. Here's Blakeman running for governor, saying that this whole thing is a disaster. Now he's talking about their hidden crime, that they're not, and he says rape is up because we've relaxed the rape standards. What the hell's that mean?
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I've relaxed the rape standards? I don't even know what this means. Let's go to Blakeman, cut 31.
There's no question that Zohran Mandami's anti-Semitic rhetoric has fueled all of the anti-Semitism and the violence that we now see in the city. It's a darkness that's permeated across this city, and we need lightness. We need to expose the anti-Semites, and he's one of them.
I mean, you got that going on, and now you've got rapes up, but he's saying it's because we've changed the definition of rape. I'm still, heck, I'm trying to get my arms around that one. What does that even mean?
That means police officers are no longer, once again, able to do their job. Look, they've done the same thing in New York with illegal aliens. They allow them to commit a crime, they go in, and then it's a revolving door. Now it's rape. The crime statistics that are coming out of these liberal cities are not accurate. Look at what was happening in Washington, D.C. It's
That's
the
right.
prime example, right? You have the highest of the highest officials that were complicit. So New York has taken a page out of that playbook, and they're doing the same thing. It's not safe, John. When I go there, I sit in a hotel room until I actually have to get to work. It is not safe, and they are complicit in rising crime.
On the other hand, if you come to my city, where I live in Washington, D.C., we live in the safest, cleanest, most beautiful city in America with the National Guard. You can come out here, go out of your hotel. You can walk to the mall. You can walk down the street. You can take the metro, perfectly safe. My wife, Ann, when we lived here, I wouldn't let her go out at night. I wouldn't let her ride the metro even during the day. Now she rides it at night, goes to the grocery store, whole paycheck or whatever, right? Come here and then have fun. Washington, D.C., the safest, most beautiful city in America due to President Trump.
President Trump.
And when you come here and you see the National Guard, do me a favor, thank them for what they do because they're doing a super job, right? And if you come here during the fall or winter, I'll take you to a Caps game. Exactly 2 metro stops away from where I live. Takes me 10 minutes to get to my house, to my seat for the national anthem. Go Caps. Hey, thanks for being with us, Meg. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
I'm on X and Instagram. It's at Mehek Cook. Thank you so much for having me. Great to be with you both.
I know you want to go to a hockey game. I can feel it.
I do. I'll be there, John. Take you up on it.
All right. John Fredericks Media Network. Mountaineer Mavericks coming up. Oh, we got a horrible story. Horrible story next.
Country. Press still hot and heavy about me. Multiple stories per day, directly or indirectly involving me. Fauci also noting that he was invited to appear on Dancing with the Stars. No thanks, he writes.
Correspondent Laura Winter says Fauci is due on Capitol Hill tomorrow. Senator Rand Paul spilled the beans on Fauci's diary. In northeast Wisconsin,
I heard a big crack and I saw this limb go into the garage, and I headed down to the basement with my kitty, and when I come up it's like a war zone here.
a Nashua, Wisconsin resident Kathy Zink talking with WBAY-TV in the wake of a powerful storm that included at least one tornado. Violent weather pummeled a wide swath of the Midwest, extending into the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes region. Japanese authorities warning of a possible powerful aftershock after a 7.1 earthquake rattled Japan's Kyushu Island. No reports of major damage or serious injuries. An earlier tsunami warning canceled. Nearly 4,000 more people are being ordered to evacuate from tourist sites on the Atlantic coast of France. Returning hot, dry conditions threaten firefighters' fragile hold on a vast wildfire that's burning west of Bordeaux. The Dow futures up 511 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey, y'all, I'm Willie Robertson.
And I'm Corey Robertson.
We partnered with Echo. It's a new platform, not just streaming.
Movies and series that are safe for your family. I love a podcast.
Plus, Echo Daily Devotionals.
Echo. Hey, Willie, what is Echo?
Echo is not pet squirrel. Okay, yeah.
Echo is not just faith-friendly, it is faith-driven.
Be a part of something better.
Echo.
Echo.
It's where I want to be.
That's EKKL.com.
Subscribe now.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
At least some of the initial enthusiasm for AI stocks among investors may be wearing thin.
Today's sell-off in Asia's chip stocks comes as investors begin to question how much is being spent on the AI boom, as well as worries over rising competition from China's chip industry. Shares in NVIDIA sank 5% on Wall Street on Monday on reports that the chip maker could provide a financial backstop worth $250 billion to help build open AI data centers. That's raising concerns about the extent to which the American chip maker may be financing its own customers.
The BBC's Maura Fogarty. Meeting at a British naval base, Ukrainian President Zelensky and new UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham have discussed joint drone projects and Ukraine's urgent need for ballistic missile interceptors. Today, President Trump will meet with Zelensky at the White House. News and analysis at townhall.com. Allegations of behavior unbecoming a Secret Service agent.
Florida authorities have arrested a U.S. Secret Service agent and 2 other men on felony charges, saying they committed brutal beatings as part of a fraternity hazing ritual. One of the defendants, 29-year-old Marquez Christopher Pinder, is an agent in the Miami field office and is now on administrative leave. Pinder and the 2 other defendants are charged with felony hazing, aggravated battery, and attempted manslaughter. Pinder's arrest warrants says a University of Miami graduate student and another young man required hospitalization for severe injuries after they were beaten with paddles and canes in April. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The Trump administration is preparing to supercharge programs designed to counter China's growing influence around the world, bolstering the budgets of those initiatives by hundreds of millions of dollars. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Here on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming live from the nation's most beautiful, safest, cleanest city in America, thanks to President Donald J. Trump, Washington, D.C., my home. Joining me for the Mountaineer Mavericks, Stephanie Bohaya. Stephanie is our number one pollster here on the John Fredericks Media Network. She's also the chief pollster for Heritage Action Foundation and their chief spokesperson. So, Stephanie, great to have you with us, as always, co-hosting with me. And you're doing a super job, as always. Ratings go up whenever you're on. Right, Dan? Right? We go through the roof. Mountaineer Mavericks coming up. We've got Senator Brian Helton. We've got John Finley, political consultant in West Virginia, Washington, D.C. We've got State Senator Ben Queen, all coming up from West Virginia. This segment is brought to you by WV Sports Nation. Go to WVSportsNation.com for all your news on anything West Virginia athletics. Doesn't matter, football, baseball, basketball, women's basketball, soccer, women's soccer, rifle, rowing, wrestling, volleyball. You name it, it's all on WV Sports Nation. Go to WVSportsNation.com, the number one news and information site for West Virginia University sports. And don't forget our West Virginia football pregame show, Mountaineer Tailgate, debuting August 29th, hosted by our good friend Mitch Rogers, one of the columnists for WV Sports Nation. That'll be 2 hours before game time. And don't forget to download the official app to get WVU Mountaineer sports update, scores, and exclusive coverage. Just don't go to the website, download the app. If you have Google or apps or Apple device, go to App Store. Just put in WV Sports Nation, download the app, do it today. Or if you have an Android, go to Google Play and download WV Sports Nation right to your phone, tablet, or whatever your digital device is, and you are good to go with WV Sports Nation. We got apps, we got coverage, we got writers, we got it all. We we blow everybody away. This is the best site for West Virginia University sports and athletics. We get about 5 stories up a day there. I got a bunch of writers, young writers. Jack, my oldest son, Jack, runs it. He's the chief operating officer of the sports division of the John Fredericks Media Network. So don't forget, August 29th, 2 hours before all games, is Mountaineer Tailgate with Mitch Rogers. And this is from the press box to the tailgate box every 2 hours before every game, starting with the TCU game in Dublin. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Don't want to miss that. Now, let's get to the Mountaineer Mavericks. And let's introduce our panel along here with Stephanie, John Finley, Brian Helton, Chris Rose now joining us. Chris Rose and, in fact, Brian and Chris, and thank you and for being avid sponsors of WV Sports Nation. Also, our WV Sports Nation bus will be in front of all the WVU home games. So we appreciate your support and enthusiasm on that. In fact, I think we're taking it to the game against Virginia in Charlotte, is what I just heard. So we're going to be looking forward to that. This is a somber day. This is a sad day. I'm going to start with Chris Rose, just to kind of outline here, Chris, what happened. One of your colleagues in the House of Delegates in West Virginia, Republican, Pritt, also worked as a public school social studies teacher at Oak Hill High School, is accused of using the online game Roblox and Snapchat to get this is hard to even read honestly, guys, to groom a 15-year-old female student. According to the federal criminal complaint, the interaction began when the victim was in the 8th grade. In 2024, investigators in West Virginia alleged that Pritt exchanged sexually explicit photos with a minor and initiated a physical sexual relationship with her. This is just hard to read, guys. I just got to be honest. I have a daughter. Many of us do. The complaint states that he met with a student for sexual activity 5 to 10 times inside his high school classroom. I mean, the thing goes on. Pritt served as the assistant majority leader in the House and now faces overwhelming bipartisan pressure, including from the governor, to get out. House Speaker Roger Hanshaw, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey, and other state leaders called for him to resign because Pritt remains in federal custody. He's not resigned. Morrisey called a special session. Let's start with Chris Rose. What the hell's going on here, man?
Well, so you're exactly right. This is one of the most difficult topics we'll probably ever discuss on the show. This is one of the most disturbing, disgusting things that any human being could ever fathom to be possible, right? And ever be charged with, ever be could even do. And I do have an update in this regard. He has finally got communications back to the Speaker of the House. He has effectively resigned. He will still be on the November ballot, as far as I know currently. But he has resigned effective immediately from the House of Delegates. And, quite frankly, if he is guilty, I think he should face maximum life in prison. I know West Virginia doesn't have a death penalty for this type of charge, but the brutal, honest conversation, John, and you and I talked about this a little bit privately. I believe if someone does this to a child, I believe the death penalty should be on the table. If convicted by a jury of his peers, I do believe that should be on the table, because we're talking about one of the most evil acts you ever could commit, harming children in this such a way. And it's a difficult topic to discuss, right? Every one of us, none of us ever want to see this to happen. And the fact that this guy was one of our colleagues and this guy was making legislation, even that, legislation over the classroom, even, and affect these kids' lives is very disturbing. And he did the right thing by resigning. But, that doesn't make up for what happened to this brave young woman and her family and even his family. So definitely praying for this young woman, praying for her family, and praying that justice will be served.
Let's get to Senator Ben Queen. Ben, thanks for joining us on short notice. Ben, you knew this guy. You all knew this guy. I mean, he was in leadership. Was there any indication that he would be involved in this kind of a thing, and it would go on for so long?
No, I think that's what's great about members of our leadership teams is we do hold each other accountable. We want to make sure that we are above the average citizen when it comes to our conduct. It's just a sad situation, especially not only as a public school teacher, but as an elected official. And we need to continue to have our guard up, and we need to make sure that we're held to the highest standards, especially as elected officials.
Senator Brian Helton, what was your reaction when you first heard this, sir?
very shocking, very disappointing would be an understatement. The most despicable behavior, accusations you could ever have. If he is convicted of this, justice needs to be swift and it needs to be severe. And I agree. When it comes to actions of harming our children, there is absolutely no room for mercy, or there's no room for us having any leniency whatsoever. I think the death penalty is appropriate when one of our children are harmed, particularly in this case, what he's accused of as a school teacher and as a person in a position of trust. And not only that, as the delegate representing the state of West Virginia, it's just completely beyond belief this can happen. And I do applaud our state leaders unanimously pretty much come out and said, this has to be dealt with. He has resigned, so now we can move forward. But I'm looking forward to the day when we can see guys that are guilty of this type of thing be punished to the fullest extent of the law.
John Finley, you were involved with this guy when you were working for the governor, obviously, when you were head of legislative affairs. You've got 4 children, little children, you and your wife. What was your take on this thing? I mean, here's a guy that served in leadership and was a high school teacher. He was grooming this person since the 8th grade. Like, who the hell does that, John?
I don't know. I mean, it was really disturbing what happened there, and again, I found him to be a little off when I was in the governor's office, but it was nothing where I never would have thought in a million years that he could have been capable of something like this. Like, he had a good smoke screen where he would talk about trans issues. He was very, hey, what people are doing in grooming I remember specifically when he came over to the governor's mansion, he said, what people are doing to groom children is so despicable. So he put on this veneer, this facade of, I'm protecting kids. Meanwhile, his conduct was just reprehensible. So, it's really, really a sad day for us to be on the national stage for West Virginia, and hopefully we can move past it. I think the party at its meeting this coming weekend is going to be attempting to disavow him and see if maybe they can get the Secretary of State to remove him as a Republican nominee. I don't know if that is going to comport with state code, but there's going to be an attempt to remove him off the ballot as the Republican nominee. If he doesn't, hopefully in the future we can fix that to prevent these situations. But it's a bad situation there for him and for the party to have him on the ballot currently.
Stephanie, you're the only female on this panel. You're a mother. When you see something like this with an elected official, with a school teacher, somebody that many of the people, all the people on this panel have worked with and had no idea. What is your reaction to this?
So I think we have to separate the job from the person, and remember that we are all fallen people, right? And so you can find this sort of degeneracy anywhere. You can find it in elected leaders. You can find it in police officers. You can find it, in a grocery store clerk. And so the human condition is depraved, sadly, right? Like we're all gonna figure that out. It's at some point when we meet our maker. But the idea, these are sick people, right? They're sick, and it is. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I don't believe they can be fixed. It leans into narcissistic psychopathy, which I do have some experience with. I was married to one who was an awful human being who did a lot of awful things, and so I understand how they are able to hide it from people, especially when it's long term, because it's incrementalism, right? And so they break their victims down to the point where they believe they are nothing and worth nothing. So that you get these. I don't get the victim shame. Why didn't you just leave, or why didn't you tell somebody? Or it doesn't work like that. You become you feel yourself as subhuman. You feel like you are this is happening to you because you're an awful person. That's what they've made you to believe. And so escape is really hard. So you don't tell people, you don't surround your people, and your abuser isolates you. They break you off from your family and your friends and your colleagues and the people that they know will help you. And so, what's my reaction? Burn in hell. That's my reaction. Plain and simple.
Brian, how do we get this scumbag off the ballot?
Yeah, well, that is there's a lot surrounding that today. I saw yesterday with the governor call for that, and there's a lot of work being done with the party to get him off the ballot. The timing of this is really difficult from an election standpoint because we're right here from Filing Day this coming Monday, just a few days from today. So I think it's an effort that's ongoing. I think there was a belief maybe too that it would be a delayed resignation because he's currently incarcerated. So I think a lot of people were relieved yesterday that he actually resigned and they were able to get that taken care of. So it's a process moving forward. I know the state party, the state leadership's working on that. So hopefully that's something we can get accomplished prior to this coming up election season.
Chris, if we can't get him off the ballot, do we run a write-in campaign? Like otherwise, you're going to have the Democrat win that seat.
So with the current law, if that's the way it is, then yes, you would have to run a write-in candidate. But I would say that we probably have support where if we have to call a special session and change state code to address this, I think it's something that's probably on the table. Because I met with the governor yesterday, and he is very adamant that this guy has to be off the ballot, and we have to be able to run somebody else. You can't have somebody with this commit this kind of act, stay on the ballot, and hijack the seat in this type of situation. And I know he was a little bit delayed in resigning. That could be due to where he was processed in Kentucky. But now we have to address with who is going to be the nominee, and it's not fair to the state of West Virginia to lose a voice and lose a choice in this seat due to what the acts that former Delegate Pritt has committed here. So we definitely have a lot of options on the table. That's going to be the main topic of conversation, I imagine, at the state party meeting on Saturday. And Senator Helton and myself will both be there as both members of the state exec committee, and we're going to do whatever we have to do to make sure that the people of that district in the state of West Virginia have an opportunity to have their voice heard and have representation in that seat.
Well, if he's on the ballot, this is going to get national coverage, and so it's going to really hurt you guys' ability to win those two seats you want, and then to be able to win more seats in the House for those that are up, because it's just horrible publicity. Does anybody know why was he apprehended in Kentucky? Why wasn't he apprehended in West Virginia? Does anybody have the backstory on that?
No.
Well, he was apprehended in West Virginia, but they detained him in a federal facility in Kentucky. So the federal agents that went to make the arrest, they rolled about 12 agents deep, which how how serious these charges are and the proof that they had built in the case they had built against him, because the federal government doesn't just on a whim go and just on an accusation roll 12 federal agents deep into somebody's home like that. And that's exactly what happened. And they made the arrest and they detained him over in Kentucky. And I know he resigned yesterday. Don't know if that was his first access to the media to be able to do so, but I know he reached out to Speaker Hanshaw and resigned yesterday. But no, you're exactly right. So the way it currently is with the law, Secretary Warner made the statement that he either has to be he has to basically be found guilty by certain, I think it's like August 15th, and I don't think the court case will have moved that fast for him to be disqualified from the ballot under current state code. So there's something here we're going to have to address pretty fast.
So you guys are going to have a special session to change the code to get him off the ballot. Is that my understanding, Queen? Senator Queen?
We lost are in interim
meetings. Go ahead.
We do have meetings. We are in Charleston come the second week in August, right around this deadline. So we do have time, and we will be all convened if we can come up with some sort of a solution.
So how does that work, John? I mean, they would actually have a special session, and then a majority could change the code so that they could remove him. Will you have time for that? Logistically, how that work?
I mean, yeah, you could look and try. I haven't looked at the specific deadlines for the Secretary of State, but it's going to be difficult, and it might be something where you're fixing a problem for the future if you can't solve it right now. I mean, I haven't looked deeply at that specific timeline of it. I know that, regardless of whether he's on or off the ballot, I've heard that House members are committed to running somebody as an independent against him. I mean, the district overwhelmingly voted for President Trump. So I even, a GOP supported, independent candidate. It's not too late to file an independent candidate. So you wouldn't have to do a write-in. You could just have somebody file as an independent, have the state GOP endorse them, and have them work. That's a potential workaround. I haven't looked at if the timeline is will allow for it. I defer to the senators on that. But I mean, there should be. I'm sure that everyone is committed in trying to fix this situation.
So is there enough time? What's the deadline to get the signatures to get on the ballot there as an independent? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I think there is time. The deadline's Monday, and my understanding is if an independent can come forward, then they need around 60 signatures in that particular district and move to have their name actually on the ballot. I do know there are some local leaders here that have been going through that list, and there's been some people that are registered independent but have a conservative viewpoint that have expressed interest in filling that position. I'm not sure where that stands as of this morning, but I do know that this would be the week that would need to happen if needed is planned.
I mean, what a horrific turn of events this happened. It just, it's hard to even talk about on air that somebody is in that position in government, in leadership, high school teacher would start grooming somebody in the 8th grade. And then according to the look, these are allegations, right? He deserves due process. I don't know if he's denied it or not. I haven't followed it. But then you look at, grooming her, and then he gets to high school and then having sex with her in his classroom like 10 times. Who does that? I mean, what?
It's evil.
It's evil. I mean, one time is, death penalty, like 5 to 10 times. Was he to shut the door? It's just, she's like, what was she, 13 years old or 14?
12 or 13 in 8th grade, yeah.
12 or 13 in eighth grade. I mean, it's just, you can't even get through the show thinking about this. And then thinking about her parents. Just think about her parents.
It's a parent's worst nightmare, right?
It's your worst nightmare.
Yeah, I think especially if you have a little girl. Anybody, I don't know if any of you have little girls, but it's something in, I don't know if it's the climate today, the culture that we live in today, but it's something that is always in the back of your mind, like your worst nightmare. I can't imagine that. Her parent, her, obviously a lifetime of trauma, but the guilt and just utter anguish that you must feel as a parent, that your child, that you weren't able to protect your child from something.
They didn't even know.
Yeah, that you didn't even know.
You didn't even know what was going on. It's just hard to fathom as a parent of as the father. I mean, like John, you've got budget. All of you, the majority of you here have children. I mean, you just think about it okay, if that was my daughter, I don't know what I would do, right? So then you got to worry about, this guy better. I mean, it's really bad. And then I guess, does this guy have a family? Does anybody know if this scumbag has got a family? Has he got kids of his own? Wife?
I believe so, yeah.
So imagine your family. You get up one day and this is what your father's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, geez. Wow. Man, I have no words, guys.
Well, this kind of behavior, what he's accused of doing is something that just stripped this young lady of her childhood, of her teenage years, that sort of life where you're growing and developing. She would have that same experience that these children deserve and so many other people have. So when you look at not only her family, but her life and moving forward, being able to come back from something like that is probably extremely challenging. And then, on the other hand, his wife and his children, just many lives are permanently damaged, permanently affected. And that's why we have to take this stuff so seriously. And we need to ensure that from the legislative standpoint, we have the strictest laws in the book that deliver punishment that is equal and adequate. And honestly, this is such despicable. I don't know that there is a law that doesn't really meet the standard that would be too harsh to deal with this.
I mean, Chris is right. This guy has destroyed like just a litany of lives right down the line. It just destroyed lives, and tough to come back from this. Guys, I'm going to move off this topic and get to Chris Rowe's big announcement. He was all over social media doing that, get some good news. But in order to do that, let's take a quick break, Dan, so we can have a segue here and get to a different topic. And like Stephanie, I hope this guy rots in hell. I think it was Rose that said, I mean, the death penalty, something. It's bad. It's something. It's just bad. And it's bad. Look, guys, it's bad for West Virginia. It's just bad. It's just, there's nothing good here. Just gives the state, and this is what, people think of the state. They think about this guy. It's just bad. It's all bad. We had such good karma going on. We had such good karma with baseball and everything else, all the good things happening. We have football coming up. We had such good karma. Now we get this. Unbelievable. I'll be right back with the Mountaineer Mavericks. Quick break. Stay with us. We're getting to Chris Rowe's got a big announcement to make.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He's perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into His heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language, God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey His rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey His rules in order to enter His heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
We're back with the Mountaineer Mavericks. I'm John Fredericks, your host, live in Washington, D.C. Stephanie Bahia with us. Stephanie, my pollster, also the chief pollster for Heritage Action Foundation, and also their chief spokesperson, joining me as my co-host here on the Mountaineer panel today. Senator Chris Rose, one of my state senators in Fairmont for businesses there. Ben Quinn, Senator. Ben, what area are you in? Just give everybody a quick overview.
I represent Taylor, Harrison, Lewis, and counties.
Okay, and John Finley, longtime consultant, former senior advisor to President Trump 2024 campaign, former executive director of the West Virginia Republican Party, and former legislative liaison advisor to Governor Patrick Morrisey. So he knows a little bit about Charleston. Also joining us today, one of our Mountaineer Mavericks, been absent a while, Senator Chris Helton with us, and of course Chris Rose. Chris, you had a big announcement. I saw it all over social media. You were kind of fired up. Give everybody an update.
So the state of West Virginia is continuing to have the energy resurgence on America's path to energy dominance and independence. We have Dominion Energy just filed a 2.6 gigawatt permit for a gas-fired power plant over near their Mount Storm facility. They're going to continue to run their coal plant because they know we need beautiful, clean coal to stabilize our grid. But they're also unleashing some more West Virginia gas underneath their feet with a 2.6 gigawatt plant, probably going to be the largest of its kind in the area. And the seventh, as my term as energy chairman here, the seventh gas-fired power plant to file for a permit. West Virginia had 0 beforehand, and now we have 7. So that's 7 gas-fired power plants under permitting process and 1 coal-fired power plant under permitting process since Senator Helton and myself have come into the state Senate and into our state here in a short amount of time. And, and worked with Senator Queen on this as well. And we've been able to unleash some energy underneath their feet. And this is the golden age of America, and West Virginia is going to lead the energy dominance in
that. Senator Helton, a lot of people starting to get antsy about AI. One of the things that we heard the other day, I get a lot of people on, but they were telling me somewhere that I think it was Bannon said, I think I had Steve Bannon on, or somebody saying that one AI machine took over another, hacked into another AI machine, took them over, left notes for a future AI machine. And that, like a lot of times, this AI thing is getting out of control and that it really needs guardrails. Do you have any thoughts at all on that, Senator Helton?
Well, we're seeing an explosion like never before when it comes to technology, and AI is moving at such an amazing rapid rate. I mean, I saw an interview this weekend with Elon Musk where he's telling us by 2035, it's more than likely that there's going to be more intelligence with AI than there are with human beings. So we're seeing that right now. I mean, that you mentioned example there. I think the guardrails are hard to put up right now, and I don't know if with the pace at the learning models that are going on with artificial intelligence. I mean, obviously that's leading to a vast need for data, a vast need to keep up with the pace. We saw President Trump this weekend really advocate that the United States remain in its top position when it comes to AI and the data center development. There, as you mentioned, there's a lot of people very concerned about that. As the legislative group, we passed a bill, House Bill 2014, which really, I think, set up a lot of those guardrails in protecting our grid stability. It has a 5% of all revenues coming in that get set aside to protect our grid reliability, to help reduce our personal income taxes across the state, and really helping these county infrastructure. So I think that bill really allows us to also ensure that as these data centers come online, that they have the ability to build their own power plants, and also that they do pay their own way when it comes to power and when it comes to investment. Our state's well positioned to protect our taxpayers and our ratepayers from any of those unforeseen circumstances. But you said it. I mean, us stopping AI, it's coming. I don't think there's anything any of us can do about it. So we have to be smart. We have to be thoughtful. And as we move forward, we want West Virginia, obviously, to be a part of that. We want our ability to be able to thrive and do well as the rest of the nation does. So this upcoming session, I know there'll be a lot of discussions about this and ongoing talk about all the different types of technology that are coming out. And so I think you make a great point. And that is the thing that's happening right now. The nation that controls AI, the nation that has the best platform for technology and data, is really the new world power. And so the United States right now, we're leading that charge. And I'm a big advocate for us continuing to do that.
John, what is the future here? West Virginia wants to be the leader in data centers and AI, everybody else shunning them. And then could there be a potential backlash of voters in AI in West Virginia saying, enough is enough, not in my backyard, too much, etc.?
As long as it's structured properly, and HB 2014, the data center bill, ended up, or I guess it was microgrid, but really focused on data centers, make sure that West Virginia reaps the benefits of these data centers. And then, the Trump administration with its ratepayer protection pledge last week, as long as we ensure that the data centers are paying for their own power and it's not on the backs of ratepayers, it's going to be a big economic boon for our state. You've seen that happen in Loudoun County, where, their property tax over the past decade has been cut in like half. And so, we're a revenue thirsty state in West Virginia. And as long as we can draw a line and be smart about this to show, hey, this is what we're getting, this is what it's funding, I think that we'll have very limited backlash. But it definitely is a balancing act. Some of the NIMBY stuff that you see, a lot of that is just put forward by fake, Chinese funded groups. I think it's all a Chinese psyop, the opposition anyways. But, most of these counties want development. There's a few areas, Tucker County, where there's a lot of out-of-staters that have vacation homes. They're opposing it. But generally, people want development in the state. They want jobs. They want things that are going to help fund schools and fund roads. So I think that we can maintain that balance and make this a number one destination. I know the governor has put forward his 50 by 50 plan to increase and make us America's power plant to generate and power not only our state but the surrounding states. So, and lean into our strength as an energy state. So I think that we're well on the right path on that regard.
Chris, how do they pay for themselves? Like, how do they get their own power and pay for themselves?
So to get their own power, they have two options. They obviously can pay for to build a microgrid, partner with someone who does specialize in that, whether it's a coal plant, gas plant, nuclear plant, or they can, through the ratepayer protections that we put in the House Bill 2014, they can go onto the regular electric grid through the electric utility, but they must pay for all the infrastructure improvements it costs to do that, and any power that they would consume or would have to be reserved to keep them online. That was the ratepayer protections that we carefully put in the House Bill 2014 to protect the residential customers and ratepayers of West Virginia. Now, they do generate a lot of revenue. These things are worth a lot of money in technological equipment and things, and they will generate a lot of revenue through business machinery inventory tax in the state of West Virginia. They will help us pay off our income, the income tax fund, and get rid of our income taxes. It's also going to be for roads. It's going to be for schools. It's going to be for upgrading our infrastructure, in the electric grid. I think it's like for every 1 gigawatt of a data center to come in, it's hundreds of millions of dollars to the state and probably like 50 million to the county. It's astronomical, the amount of money and cash inflow that these things generate for a state. And the amount of energy jobs that's not been talked about this. You talk about the data centers, show how much money they make, off the data center itself. But what's the downstream, the benefit, the energy jobs that it's going to take to power these things? That's where the true benefit comes in. The gas and the coal that's going to have to be mined in the new plants that's going to have to be built, and the West Virginians put the work to stabilize the grid. That's the true winner here. That's how West Virginia truly wins in the long run, is the amount of spinoff jobs that come off of it. Because when we create these energy jobs, these data centers, when we create a lot of them, 7 more jobs will be created in our local economy for each of those coal and gas jobs that we can create.
What are you guys doing about education as you go into the next phase here? I know Mississippi was always last. They put together a very comprehensive program over time to lift them up. Now they're in the middle of the pack. West Virginia is still lagging behind. I know that homeschool is a big thing, but what Mississippi did, and I just know that because my son was part of the program, is they imported really good teachers in. They paid them a bonus if they stayed a 5-year period. They incentivized them to buy homes in the community. And over a 10-year period, they went from basically 50th to 25. And I get the homeschool thing, but homeschooling, or what do you call it when you can go to any school choice, right? School choice isn't the panacea for everything. Well, what is your vision there, Chris, going forward into the next general session, to do something to get the level of education in West Virginia higher?
Well, the first thing we have to do is, so West Virginia currently spends 23rd most per student, but we rank 50th in teachers' pay and educational outcomes.
Right.
So you're paying the middle of the pack and getting dead last in result. So we have to audit where the money is going. So it's not necessarily just throw more money at it and make West Virginia go from 23rd most to the most per student. We have to fix where the money is going. It's not making it to the classroom. And one of the problems we have in the state of West Virginia is the way our state constitution is set up and the way the laws are set up. The Department of Education operates as a fourth branch of government. We do need a constitutional amendment to give us more legislative oversight over them. But in the meantime, what we have to do is, the governor has been appointing a lot of good people to the Department of Education to try to change it from within on the state level. But in the meantime, we have to have that audit to see where this money is going, because you cannot spend 23rd most per student, rank dead last in teachers' pay and educational outcome, and have that justifiable. But one of the things we have to do to improve educational outcomes and to get more West Virginians more ready to go into this workforce, we're talking about unleashing this energy dominance. We have to take our CTE programs and revamp them and make sure that every West Virginian, whether they want to go to college or not, can graduate with enough skill to walk right out of high school, right across that stage, and go get a job as a compressor tech in the gas field, or be a nurse, or go be an electrician in the coal mines. We need to make sure that every West Virginian is equipped. That way we can have one of the most skilled workforces in the entire country. And in addition, that'll attract a lot of manufacturers to the state.
It's interesting you say that, Senator Helton. I was on the Metro, this is about a couple of weeks ago, going somewhere with my wife, and there was an elderly couple there. It was an African-American grandmother, and she had her grandkids there, and her husband was there. They were taking him to some museum, and they live in the 8th Ward in D.C., and I asked her, because I always do, just politically, what her biggest concern was, her biggest issue. And she said the same thing. She said they took out all the vocational programs in Washington, D.C. to focus on other stuff. And she said, my grandkids are getting out now. They don't have a job. They don't want to, they don't want to go to college. They don't want to have a skill. And so they're getting, basically not high paying jobs. And had they had the ability to get a skill, there's plenty of jobs here for them, but the school system didn't didn't provide them that opportunity. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. And, here in West Virginia, more than anything right now, and you mentioned, we talked a little earlier about the data center explosion. Well, that's going to lead to the need. By the way, the blue collar workers win because data centers don't build themselves. And so we're going to need a lot of electricians, plumbers, welders, all these vocations that right now, when you look at higher education, we're seeing too many of our kids spend a fortune, sometimes as much as $100,000 for a 4-year education, and they come out and can't find a job that pays more than $30,000.
4 years, my goodness, where'd you find that college? I need to know where that one is.
What is your view? I mean, you're going to what? One of your daughters is going to Embry-Riddle, right?
Yeah,
Daytona
my
Beach.
daughter's. Yeah, we're going to drop her off in a couple weeks. So
For
she's
aerodynamics.
well, so she's getting so she's doing a dual program, bachelor's and accelerated master's in business, but she's also doing Air Force ROTC because she wants to be a pilot and then build a business once she's out of the Air Force. So technical in that degree and in that way, and an entrepreneur. And President Trump, so he just issued a new executive order to expand apprenticeships for people like we're talking about, who college isn't right for them, or they are just very drawn to something else, like they want to be an electrician, or they want to work in construction, or my bread and butter, I was a house painter before I got into politics, and I loved it. And let me tell you, if I could have made a good living being a house painter, 100%, I would go back to that today. It's very fulfilling. So if you work in a trade and you love it, you should be able to make a good living at that. But the government makes it difficult, right? So apprenticeships are hard to find. Getting a business license is difficult. Insurance is almost unaffordable. And so you're really discouraging people from going into the trades, from building a business, and for the next generation, right? We used to hand those down to our kids, these businesses, these successful businesses, and now they're just shuttering, they're closing shop. And so we have to fix that. We have to fix it.
Rose?
No, she's 1,000% correct. So, as we try to revamp these trade programs and get more people into it, we have to remove the regulatory and government burden that has shifted a lot of people away from it in the first place. That's why, like, you see an HVAC technician or a plumber right now, while they can demand and write their own paycheck, is because there's such a shortage of them today. And it's because the government has made it so difficult for someone else new and young that wants to come in and be an entrepreneur and go in business for themselves, doing a trade that they love. And West Virginia has been leading the charge in a lot of regulatory reform in that regard, and we're going to continue to do so. We are one of the best states in the country that's business friendly, and we're going to continue to do so and try to lead the way in the entire nation. Not only do we want to win the economic backyard brawl that you hear Governor Morrissey talk about a lot, we want to win the national economic backyard brawl and be the best state in the entire country for if someone doesn't want to go to college, or maybe they do, but maybe they want to be a plumber, or maybe they want to be an HVAC technician. We want to be the best state in the country for someone like that to come to sit up and thrive and achieve their American dream.
Well, the other thing is that, we talked about this every single week, and I'll give John Finley a chance to weigh in because he lives in Charleston. He's got a family there. Is the brain drain that just goes out of West Virginia. We have some really good colleges there, obviously WVU, Marshall, and things of that nature. But the kids graduate, they move out to get a better high paying job. They just move out of the state, and so we have this young brain drain. And I think if you had the technical ability, a lot of those kids would stay. They'd have families there. And then the other thing is, you guys have got to get rid of this income tax, because when you look at, like, okay, where are you going to relocate your business? Okay. We live in DC, right? Ann's not going to retire here. We have a thriving business, but we're just not. I would, she isn't. So I'm like, where do you want to go? Florida. And I'm like, well, why not West Virginia? Well, they have an income tax. Why would I go there? I want to go to Florida. So I want to get to the point where Ann says, yeah, let's go to West Virginia. It's beautiful. It's open, mountains, the air. It's fantastic. It's a great place. There's, it's cheaper, but it's like, no, I want to go to Florida. So what are you guys Finley going to do to change that? So, like, people want to go to West Virginia as they get older, but long as you got an income tax, I just don't see it.
Well, I mean, we do have, we are on the process of reducing our income tax, started under Justice, continued under Morrissey. We're reducing the level of income tax in our state. One thing that we are number one in affordability overall, because while we still have an income tax, our property taxes are much, much, much lower than Florida. Now, I mean, if you're making, well over $1 million a year in retirement, then yeah, Florida has an advantage. But if you're not, then you got to weigh I have a lot of friends that have retired to Florida, and, the property taxes are pretty insane.
They're exorbitant.
So,
then you have to have hurricane tax, flood tax, flood insurance, this insurance. Yeah. You go to West Virginia, you don't need any of that. And you got the mountains, you got the streams, you got the lakes. It's beautiful. I just don't get it.
Yeah, so our cost of living, but the legislature is continuing to work. I think everyone agrees that they don't want an income tax. It's just kind of, making sure that we continue to grow. We have to grow to be able to cut that tax. And so that's what we're focused on right now. And, they're doing a great job in the state Senate and the state House and in the governorship of bringing in businesses, bringing in these data centers. Because as Chris Rose mentioned earlier, we've made it so that we've tied it. The more data centers, the more power we're generating, the more power we're selling. That will help us reduce and eliminate the income tax. So we're well on our way. But I will say that when you just look at overall affordability, I mean, I think I saw something on Facebook yesterday. We're the most affordable state in the country for the middle class. So
that's what I've been saying. I don't know why we can't get more people to see that. I got to be your ambassador. Senator Brian Helton, I'm going to give you the final word for our panel here, Mountaineer Mavericks, and we got to wrap. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll just reiterate. I agree with you. We need to eliminate the personal income tax, and the fastest way to do that is to bring in more revenues. Last year in the Senate, we passed a 10% tax cut after negotiations back and forth. It ended up at a 5% reduction statewide. And from a regulatory standpoint, we've done some innovative things here in West Virginia, such as passing one-stop permitting bill, which allows companies and startup entrepreneurs to get a
There's a tugboat. Somebody's on the river. Got the tugboat. Why not? Hey, you go to West Virginia, you get to hear a tugboat's horn on the river. You just can't beat that. Plus, you got the Mountaineers. Plus, if you're a Steelers fan, I'm not, but that's a good thing. You're right there. Plus, we're the national affiliate of Pittsburgh Steelers, so. You're in West Virginia, you turn on the radio on a Sunday, the Steelers are there. Life is good. Penguins, come on, man. Go to West Virginia. Thanks for being with us, Mountain Mavericks panel. I want to thank Stephanie, good job for co-hosting with me. Thank you.
Always good to be here.
I want to thank Senator Brian Helton, the one and only now political consultant, former senior Trump advisor John Finley, former senior advisor to Patrick Morrissey. Now has his own consulting shop, Johnny Finley. Want to thank him. And, of course, the one and only Chris Rose, bringing jobs and bringing opportunity to West Virginia. And my state senator in Fairmont, actually, I got two of them. One of them doesn't return my call. Not nice. Chris Rose, on the other hand, returns my call. What's that guy's name? Garcia?
That's correct. Garcia.
Return my freaking call. I'm a constituent. You got a phone, just hit the button. Return my call. That's all I ask.
Your sat phone.
Call my sat phone. I got 4 phones. You won't call any of them. That's bad constituent service, guys. We need to get this guy out. Finley promises he's going to find me Canada. I think he should run. Move to Fairmont, Finley, you're in. Finley in the state Senate. I think it'd be good.
Great.
I really can't stand that guy. Hey, thanks for being with us. Michael Patrick Leahy next. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, 6 a.m.